that's sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low, muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter.
I'm in two hands, thrilled with lissom lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Off pan, me up, pan, me up, pan, me up, pan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady. Roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods, on a milk-white ass come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful God in the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea, devil or God, to me, to me. My man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not ripe? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Man to pan, thrill with lissom lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, Eopan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guides. On a milk-white ass come over the sea to me, to me. Come Come with Apollo in bridal dress.
Shepherdess and pythoness.
Come with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain come over the sea.
Eopan.
Devil or God, to thee, my man, my man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not ripe? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle, my body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, oh devourer, oh begetter.
Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I appear, most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, all female quintessential, one man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest cloud of mankind that defies, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world that is wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded dawn, glory to thee from waiting warm, glory to thee from earth unplugged, glory to thee from virgin vow, glory to thee, true unity. Thou art high beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, ruling and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, up here most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world as wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded throne, glory to thee from raging one, glory to thee from earth unthrone, glory to thee from virgin born, glory to thee, true unity of eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will.
Thou who art high beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. Of all things known and known, of aloof, alone, thou the truth as mine intents aspire thee, I invoke abide again blue. The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which by vehicle am I appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy shadow for of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the lonely female quintessential one, madding veiled in one glory and worship in the highest. Thou dove mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee. Sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded shore. Glory to thee from waiting ones. Glory to thee from earth unplowed. Glory to thee from virgin faith. Glory to eternity. Glory to virginity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Ginosta Canfi. Beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire, thee I invoke abiding one, thee center and secret of the sky, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I. Spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee. Step of the world, wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded throne. Glory to thee from waiting wall. Glory to thee from waiting wall. Glory to thee from waiting Glory to thee from earth's on clouds. Glory to thee from virgins out. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, the Zion down and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Thou art I, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone. Thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou alone, alone. Thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, liberty and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faith, fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one. The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. their defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee from waiting moon. Glory to thee from earth unplugged. Glory to thee from virgin bound. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou siren dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Thou, who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou the true fire within the ring, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest spite. Thee I invoke, abiding one. Thee, center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, Glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that deifiest, being that race most royally run to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash, wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tone, glory to thee from waiting warm, glory to thee from earth uncloned, glory to thee from virgin vowed, glory to thee true unity of eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under
beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, ruling and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faith, fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, of the sun, of the sun. And that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am on, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest, out of mankind that defies, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm, winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb, glory to thee from waiting dawn, glory to thee thee from earth unclothed. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am, that I am. Lord is the Lord of underwear. Mystic anthem. Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone. Thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, cooling and breeding source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I appear, most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest. Thou of mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee from waiting womb. Glory to thee from earth unplowed. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will.
Shops act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictator suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed The establishment of the law of the lemur is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Conti Definite, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each in the world. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the master Ferian in this great war. Shops Act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirement. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The heart will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of the lemur is the only way to preserve in the future our liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Conti de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the master Ferian in this, the great work. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadid, the winged globe, the starry blue, a mind on Kafnachotsu. 15. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, a still of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17. But ye are not so chosen. 19. But upon their brows a splendorous servant. 19. Was your linen woman, bend upon them. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word. to him. 21 with the God and the 8, or I am nothing. Do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven. And there is no other God than me and my Lord. How deep. 22 now. Therefore, I am known to ye by my name Nuit, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadid, the winged globe, the starry blue are mine, O Ankh Nafonsu. 15 now ye shall know that the chosen priestess of infinite space is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a son, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows a splendorous serpent. 19 o'er azure-lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. With the God and Yeno I am nothing. They do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven, and there is no other God than me and my Lord. Now, therefore, I am known to ye by my name Nuit, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. Democracy daughters, Ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Aeon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumsentently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger, never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd war no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. Dora. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally fraught, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Aeon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the horde. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger, never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. More no longer kill soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. The manifestation of New Age, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior Lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou added, my secret center, my heart and my minister of hope are cropped. The calves is in the cool, not the cool in the calves. Worship in the calves, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the lone. These are fools that men adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above the Janet azure is the naked splendor of new the manifestation of new ways, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior, Lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadid, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Iwas, the minister of Horpacrat. The cat is in the cool, not the cool in the cats. Worship them, the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the lone. These are fools that men adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above the gem azure is the naked splendor of new. Appeared on the throne of Ra. Open the ways of the cool. Lighten the ways of the car, the ways of the cart. Run through to still me, or still me. Oh, let it fill me, so that thy light is in me, and its red flame is as a sword in my hand. To push thy order there is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters. These are the adorations mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door into the house of Rantum, of Kethran and of the Fool. I am thy Devan, woman to the prophet of Nakonsu. My wisdom out my breast I beat, by wise net I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor on it, bid me within thine house to dwell.
O winged snake of light, alive with me, with illness. O winged snake of light, alive with me, with illness. Is as a sword in my hand to push thy order clear. Is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy reign over quarters. These are the adorations, as thou hast written, the light is mine.
Its rays consume me. Appear on the throne of Ra, open the ways of the cool, lighten the ways of the calm, the ways of the cabs and through. Stir me, still me, oh, let it fill me, so that thy light is in me, and its red flame is as a sword in my hand to push by order. There is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy in all the quarters.
These are the adorations, as thou hast written.
As it is said, the light is mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door into the house of Rantum, of Kepran, of Ahathor. I am thy Devan, omen to the prophet, and Kafna Konsu. Thy best now mount my breast I beat, by wise carnage I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor on it, bid me within thine house to dwell. Oh, winged snake of light and heat, abide with me, Rahor Queen. Appear on the throne of Ra, open the ways of the car, lighten the ways of the car, the ways of the cats like through. Stir your stilly, oh, let it fill me, so that thy light is in me, and its red flame as a sword in my hand to push thy order. The skies another woman shall awake the lust and worship ship of the snake, another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globe at priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb, another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical Lord. By the half of the word of Hirura, called Hurpakralan Rahut, 36. Then said the prophet unto the God 37, I adore thee in the song. I am the Lord of thieves, and thine inspired for speaker of men too. For me unveils the veiled sky, the self-slain on soon, whose words are truth. I invoke, I greet thy presence, O Rahurkut. Unity, uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods in death to tremble before thee.
We promise already, so To speak, study this key carefully.
Mr. Twain well knows that reconciliation would be as agreeable to my inclinations and as advantageous to my interests as to any man. But I see no prospect for it, no probability, no possibility. And I cannot.
I adore
I adore thee.
the skies have another woman shall wake the lost and worship over the snake another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical Lord. 35 the half of the word of Feruraha, called Hippocrate and Rahurkut. 36 then said the prophet unto the God. 37 I adore thee in the song.
I am the Lord of peace, and I be inspired for speaker of men too. For me, a
Sword of the Oath, in honor of your service to our king. Quiet! Be thou a knight in the name of God. Wise. Sword of the Oath.
This is ChicagoMayorVote.com. There goes the Greek girls.
whose words are truth, I invoke, I greet thy presence, or our home root, unity, eternal sure.
I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
some lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, 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 come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady.
In the school, everything in the class is outside of maybe a project, right? Like in the real world, like you go work for a company or something like that, like you're not going to be the only engineer doing this one thing if it matters, right? You're going to be working with people in a team, you'll be able to ask questions, you'll have the internet, you'll have access to AI, all the information, you'll have time. Even if it's a crazy timeline, you'll still have time. It won't just be like, I have an hour, which is what an exam is, right? And you'll have other people oftentimes checking your work, right? Oftentimes they'll do different calculations in teams of 3 to make sure that like, okay, our numbers match up, these calculations match up, and if they don't, we can figure out why, right? That's like the real world. So all these exams where it's like, okay, here's your TI-36, you have an hour, crunch these numbers, you better remember everything, and you can't access anything. Like that's pretty artificial, right? So again, I'm not arguing for cheating because it's like the way that we're trying to come up with competence.
Roaming as Baptists with fawns and parks,
It's not really a task that you
and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards. On a milk white ass, come over the sea.
Simulating that, it gives them
To
more
me.
time, they have more resources, but they're still having to shoot.
To me.
Right, they're still having to
Come with Apollo in bridal dress,
Shepherdess and python neck.
come with Artemis silken shawl.
Hello, Pro Benjamin. This is Alistair. Put me in the queue. Hello.
Oh, good God. The problem with private work is it's not personalized, right? So,
And wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount.
that's true. I mean, you make the
The
project.
dimpled dawn of the amber fount, dip the purple of passionate prayer. In the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarly goldie of the living tree that is spirit and soul, and body and brain come over the sea, O Pan, devil or God, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill.
But each of us had a section of the project, and the project wouldn't work if none of us like it. We didn't.
Come with drums low muttering
Like there's 4 of us, and there was too much to
from
do.
the spring.
Like for instance, when I did all of the microcontroller stuff,
Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who
right, so the encoding and decoding, setting all that up, and all of like the.
This is fascinating, but I hate to interrupt. Aisha says that I'm useless and she wants me to leave the room, but I feel like that's, a little bit obnoxious. But anyways, Pro, great to be here in your room. Benjamin, I hope things are going well for you on the plane. Fred, love what you're saying. Good to be here, everybody.
wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nest in. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an ass. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. I hate to interrupt, Fred, but I'm sorry. Are you guys talking about the title of the room? Thanks. If I could just get a quick room reset. New on stage, Alistair here. The sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, 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 I am a man. Do it. The decimal address, and then I could sample it via, like Nyquist, but that had to be done in C. You can't do that with.
So what did you use for an AFE? What did you use for the AFE?
We created for the magnetic waves. Basically, we had a magnetometer transfer.
Thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Patty, oh, Patty, oh, Patty, oh, Pan, Pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan and am born to death on the horn. Hate to interrupt this fascinating conversation, but a link is in the chat. Listening to some new John Kitover band music. Sorry to interrupt, boys. Go back to the great topic conversation. Oh, the unicorn. I am Patty, oh, Patty, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate. I am thy man. Gold off thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to... Sorry, guys, I'm getting a lot of hate in the chat here. Aisha says that I'm useless trash and no one will miss me. Wow. Thanks, Aisha. Thank you. Equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, maiden man, in the might of Pan. Eo Pan, Eo Pan, 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 Eo Pan. Well, I mean, with regards to simulation theory, I think it's important to look at it from the perspective of a solipsist, because a lot of Gnostics or enlightened people who think that they're like the prima causa of the simulation, well, they're not necessarily wrong, because without your body and your brain, you couldn't experience the simulation. So it's like if you reverse engineer a solipsist and simulation theory,
You might just end up with a conference call app of a bunch of retard faggots like Aisha here in her thirst trap catfish photo, saying that I'm a useless piece of garbage. But it turns out that the universe is projecting you simultaneously as you project the universe. So, Aisha, projection emoji mirror. I am complete.
What, did he say complete? My headphones break down.
I am the pan, thrillless and lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of pan, your pan, your pan, your pan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, Roman is Bacchus with fawns and pards, and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards, and a milk white ass, come over the sea. To me, to me, come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis, silk and shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber found. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy oneness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea. Your pan, your pan, your pan, your pan, come over the sea.
To me,
Devil or God, to me. My man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle my body, weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an axe. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devour, all together. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect, a thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan. Your pan, your pan, your pan, your pan, 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 pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O pan, your pan, your pan, your pan, pan. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come, O pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, your Pan, your Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh
to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoops of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice, stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden man, in the might of pen. Your pen, your pen, pen, your pen.
Hey, Hiwe, quitecito.
He wants to know who you are. Why?
Telale, naretoke, hokotaska. Chaki eita. Elenekite, ke sikuiki.
I ordered my warriors to shoot you. All of them. The men never miss.
Sekamika, hachimowe, netatotape. Opowaka. Hotowena li, neki, tebi. Neki, ni tatkiwe, hoskakana, nika, neskowe.
Our people have a legend, a spirit of protection that shields those chosen, those who walk in destiny.
Kila. Komposana, kila, hotowena li.
The Creator chose you. You've been shielded by the spirit.
Inatomano ki. Nehiwe, quitecito.
So ask again, what are you called? My name is George Washington.
Ne mam, kauleta, quitecito.
I will remember this name.
Thrill with listen lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careening out of the night of pan, your pan, your pan, your pan, come over.
That they are using can benefit me and my family so that I can start doing what I can do that people before me couldn't. And even as a woman, because fuck the black people shit, even as a woman who couldn't have bank accounts in 1974, oh, in 2026, I'm talking my shit. Ain't nobody stopping me from nothing. So that's what I'm saying. Don't ever get twisted and think that I'm crying about who gonna do what and why. However, I can speak from the perspective of someone who was affected. Like, I'm not mad at rich people for getting rich because I've been a part of that class that was affected when they had to pull jobs and contributions out of social services because their pockets was being hit for whatever reason, whether it be because they was mad, whether it be because they lost money in the housing market, whether it be because of the stock market crash, jobs, or whatever. When rich people pockets are hit in any type of way, it automatically affects the lowest class of people that everybody is fighting for, trying to get rid of rich people. And so that's why I don't understand.
Can I agree with you?
Miss Ronnie is saying that when rich people get a cold, poor people sneeze. I believe that's what Miss Ronnie is saying.
That is true. She's right. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't disagree with you anymore. You're right.
And that's the thing, Ronnie, like you said, like, I just will say this about rich people. Do you want a poor person who's struggling to make payroll every week signing your check, or do you want a really rich person signing your check? I want a fucking rich person signing my check.
Wake that up, Nick. Wake that up.
Like what was it, Norm and Abby and all of them were saying earlier. Like, I think that was the first thing, the reason why Donald Trump won the first time was when he was debating Hillary and he was talking about all the loopholes and everything like that. And he used the same loopholes that she was responsible for writing, and all her donors and special interests used. She could have done something about it. Like you had Democrats controlling both houses. Why didn't they stop this? Why didn't they do anything about this? Because they don't. They talk a lot about it.
Classist motherfuckers too. Because they some classist, knee on your neck motherfuckers too. That's why.
Not in the your neck motherfucking shit. We ain't talking no jerk choking over here. This ain't Minneapolis.
Well, Nick, to be fair, at that time, Hillary had only been in politics about 50 years, so maybe she was getting around to it.
That's
And how
true.
much did the Clinton
After her
Foundation?
husband cheated on her with a 19-year-old Jewish intern.
But Abby, yeah, no, around the Clinton Foundation, that thing is such a scam. I mean, it's blatantly obvious. I used to audit these 990s and not-for-profits, but these were legit companies. And when I used to see the salaries of them, they weren't exorbitant. But yeah, the Clinton Foundation is such a scam.
Well, I have affirmation from a good friend of mine, a Princeton economist with whom I went to high school. She went to work for the Clinton Foundation, and she confirmed what he said, that it's an utter scam, and she couldn't get out of there fast enough. It was essentially a money laundering operation. That's how that's relevant, by the way, but that's what she said. And she's the most honest person in the world. She went on to work at the New School for Research, because she was so appalled. And she's a Democrat, like me, and she was appalled by what she saw there.
I wouldn't go near that foundation.
Yeah,
It was such.
Thanks for telling that, because everyone was afraid of being a Republican. Even Nick, I think, doesn't even think he's a Republican. He's an old school Democrat. But that's how we used to believe, the Kennedy Democrats. And now it's like we have weirdos that support different countries. I don't know what, like Omar, whatever the hell, from Minnesota.
No, that's just called ethnic tribalism. That's all that is. Yeah. Well, the whole thing is like I said, the Democrats use the same damn loopholes that everyone else. Like big tech, all those guys are Democrats, and they use like Google offshores all their income to Bermuda, or the big tax haven is Ireland because it's only a 12.5% tax there. I mean, the amount of loopholes that these liberal-run companies use, I mean, they're just such hypocrites.
I guarantee you, Barbara Streisand and the crowd in Hollywood that was supporting Harris all have done elaborate estate planning, asset protection. They probably have Cook Islands. They probably have Turks. I mean, you can go through the list of how they're set up. It's
just hypocritical, just like Dick said, and just like you said. They're hypocritical people that want their cake and eat it too.
It's Puerto Rico, because they only have a 4% capital gains tax, and like you don't have to like renounce your U.S. citizenship. So that's becoming like a new popular island. And another island in the Caribbean is St. Kitts and Nevis. They don't have an income tax, and neither does Antigua. For the longest time, Cayman used to be the most popular place, but the fees are really expensive now in the Cayman, so they're just going to other places. So, like to Abby's point,
It's like Vegas. It's like Vegas, but now it's like Reno.
Like I said,
they're all going to take advantage, but they're not stupid.
You know, territory. Yeah. Actually, nobody's going to eat you alive. Go ahead.
What, are going to eat you alive?
Nick, Holmes, smartest fucking guy I ever met.
Well, I like intelligence. But my friends did move to Puerto Rico.
What was all the islands he said? Puerto Rico and Antigua.
Cayman, St. Kitts and Nevis, he mentioned.
Yeah. St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua. Dubai doesn't have an income tax. Saudi Arabia.
But that's not tax. But then also asset protection. We used to do the Cook Islands. We still do that.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I would like to make a case
that structural white racism is alive and well in the big beautiful bill and all this tax evasion, which is clearly what we are discussing. Where is BMA?
Hey, asshole, you're from North Bay, Chicago, right?
He's trolling. He's kidding.
I know. Hey, how you been, brother?
Beamon's not here. Sorry.
Well, then to the former African American woman who believes that when the rich get poor, she gets poor. My darling dear, you couldn't be further from the truth.
I'm pure blood American. I'm pure blood. Pure blood. Fuck out here. I don't care. Listen, I don't care about none of that shit. Okay? I don't care. Me and my white brother and sisters is gonna take advantage of these goddamn tax cuts like these rich motherfuckers, and we gonna fucking say what we want to say because that's the First Amendment, and then what we want to say is
Can you
something about the
imagine
second
what you
one.
can do with that energy?
Like, we don't care. We do not care. Like, I'm not gonna spend the rest of my life hating. I'm 45 fucking years old. I'm 45 years old. I'm not about to spend the rest of my life hating. I'm trying to peek in the books so I can take notes and do that shit for my family. I gotta trust for my fucking family so my shit don't gotta go through probate. Y'all worried about the wrong goddamn thing. Got those 401ks just sitting there. Got them naked ass LLCs just sitting there. That shit gonna be writing probate, getting hit by your creditors before your family get it. Worry about yourself. I'm paying attention. I don't got time to hate if I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention and applying pressure. Because that's my right as a pure-blooded American around this bitch. Fuck y'all.
Shout out to the Independent Trust. Shout out to Independent Trust, right, Nick?
Are we all doing funny voices now? Is that the?
Io's on stage. Io, did you want to speak on anything or?
Hell yeah, for the tax cuts and all the loopholes and shit like that. Yeah, absolutely. I'll say this: that it's kind of much like that the corporations are just able to do so much of this work. I think if just the average poor person realized that if they make a corporation, they can kind of take their cuts for taxes after their losses as opposed to beforehand. Just that little nuance right there, I think, would do a lot of people a lot of justice there. But a lot of people don't think of it as something that can pay forward. So.
Okay. Winter, you're new to the stage. Did you have anything you want to say, or are you good? Oh, no, she's always been quiet. Mon, hello, good evening.
What's up? I have something to say.
Yeah, go for it, Mon.
Pepe, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
I love you.
I love you too.
That's back again.
That was very sweet. Aww. Hey, could we all just take a minute and love on Pepe? I love you, Pepe.
I love you too, Pepe. I love you, Pepe.
We love you, Pepe.
Wow, thank you.
No,
not we. You gotta say I. Don't be.
No, I'm not doing I. I'm doing we.
No, you love me.
Hey, everybody.
Hugs and kisses, Pepe.
Thank you. Tonight you get all the dicks you can suck, Pepe.
Not too much, not too much.
Bon, is that all you wanted to say? Or are you good?
He should only be allowed his fair share of penises. Save some for the girls.
Watch your mouth, not too much.
Wait, I thought you were going to say save something for the poor people. Okay, you surprised me.
As a girl, I'm marginalized, so I can teeter-totter back and forth. I'm just saying, fair shares of dicks for everyone. We've got to be fair around.
I'll go ahead.
When is fair something rich people do? Come on, get straight now.
As many as you can handle.
All right, this is getting a little weird. I don't know. Where do we go from here? What other topics we got? Nick, I appreciate all the insight, man. Yeah.
We all get Nick's business card and make sure that.
I haven't looked on X to see what are people talking about.
People are talking about reparations, of course. Reparations with Pepe. Day number 2.
The whole case thing quite well today, so I don't know. I had a feeling we're going to break the dam here in a second.
Do we do a sports break again now? Beavers here?
We can do a little bit of football. I don't know. Maybe like 10 minutes or 2 minutes. I don't know.
Football is structurally white racist, obviously.
Who's that?
I mean, we could ask Nick that. Usually we do have that conversation with Nick on how he's feeling about the future
teams in the NFL.
Let's check to see what they're talking about on Chatter real quick. Oh, they're still.
I would
Hello?
like to talk a little bit about the midterms and what's going to happen in the future of the country. Because if my party regains control of any of the branches of government, I'm a little concerned about what's going to happen. Because I think what Trump is doing is he's creating a corrective to some of the excesses of my party. Very weird excesses, both politically, economically, legally, and culturally. Particularly over the cultural institutions, which seem to have been infected and ideologically captured. So that's something that's really, really interesting and important to me. I don't know if it is to anybody else.
What the
So
fuck
how do
did
you
you
get
just
all of
say?
these people? How do you get all of these people out of the media, and how do you get them out of the universities? I mean, the problem is if you look just like in the 2010s, what percentage of the media, first of all, went largely female. A lot of the editors, editing boards, and the staff at many of the largest newspapers, that which kind of ties into its own problems. You can look that up. But if you look at, like, for example, at universities, I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's been like this for decades, but it used to have.
This call may be recorded. Please hold while we connect your call.
I can place an order for pickup.
Okay.
Can I place an order for pickup?
Of course, what's the name for the order?
John,
Okay, yeah.
can I get a medium pan pizza? Old world pizza. And can I get a garlic?
What would you like on?
Can I get garlic and Italian sausage?
All right. Anything else?
Can I also get an Italian salad with chicken breast?
All right.
And
Anything else?
that's it.
All right. Your order should be ready to pick up in about 30.
30 minutes. Okay, actually, I'm sorry. Can you change it to the chopped salad with chicken?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great.
Okay, I just remembered. Make it like 45 minutes just because the pan pizza may take longer.
Okay, great. I'll see you in 45.
All right, we'll see you then.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Meddling per se on policies or positions that he's taken.
No, we didn't say that at all. We said that it's going to occupy his time. It's going to occupy Congress's time. It's
Right, wait, then if it's going to occupy Congress's time,
we
how
have
does
other
it?
things to get done, don't we? Like
Jesus Christ, you are so derailing.
No, I'm not trying to derail. I'm literally trying to connect the dots here. How on God's green earth do impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives, or even the Senate for that matter, take up the president himself's time?
Because it takes time, because he's got to address the charges. I mean, that could be obvious.
When and where does he get the opportunity to address the charges?
Immediately, he's got to mount a defense. And impeachment is like being charged. Who is he? The charges that the House brings against him.
That opportunity is not available to him.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, under Trump 1, under Trump 1 when he was being impeached.
He had counsel. Do you remember his counsel that was there?
No, at what point did Trump have to go to a hearing to defend himself against the impeachment charges?
He has his lawyers. What is wrong with you?
Wait, what does that have to do with him?
What, you think you just sit around and your lawyers are working for you and you don't engage with your attorneys as they're representing you? You don't think you're involved in your defense? Are you kidding me?
How is this going to take up an ample amount of his time such that it's going to prohibit him from doing his job as the executive in chief?
It's going to tie up Congress. It's going to tie up our president. And it's going
to tie up Congress, but not him.
Yeah, well, that's an armed. I don't know if you know this, but it's one of the three branches of government.
Yeah, it's not part of the executive branch. It's a separate branch.
Nobody said that they were. I said it's going to constitute.
You're conflating and inflating. You're being a fucking shady Jew, dude, and I don't like it because I'm an honest.
I don't get it.
And it's guys like you that give guys like me a bad name.
Well, wait, there's nothing shady. I just said I posed a question. What happens if the Democrats win the midterms? They take control of the House of Representatives, and they continually impeach him. That's going to be friction against the progress of the government. At the very least, the House of Representatives and the executive branch, because they're going to be fighting it out. They're going to be battling. That's like difficult to comprehend.
To battle with them.
Yeah, they do. They have to defend themselves. That's the battle. It's weird that you don't know this. Like you didn't know what the carried interest rate was either. I think there's a lot of not knowing in your case.
Florida, are you being serious? Florida, you don't think that this guy's left Trump to do his agenda? Is that what your claim is?
What? No, the claim from Warren was that impeachment proceedings are going to be so inhibitive upon the president himself's time and energy that he's not going to be able to do his own job. Yeah, owner's good word for it. Yeah. That he won't be able to do his own job that he is constitutionally responsible for.
Florida, you forgot the first two sham impeachments. You don't think that put a drain on his resources in his first administration? It's weird. It's weird.
That you have to make that your first priority, regardless of what the House is doing.
No, I don't. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. Monica, go ahead. What were you saying there, Monica? Oh, she's down the bottom. So put her down there. Come on, you guys, don't do that to Monica.
You know Monica didn't have anything important to say.
Of course I didn't. And I don't have any evidence of history in the first two sham impeachments that the Trump administration had to survive during his first administration that yielded such a drain on his administration that it impaired 2 years of his job. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's simple, quite frankly. If the charges are silly, and if the charges don't hold any weight, if the charges don't hold any water at face value, then they shouldn't have to maintain a lot of his time. They shouldn't have to be onerous. But when the charges are substantial and credible and reasonable, then yes, it's going to require the lawyers to put in a lot of time, effort, and energy to try to circumvent and de-escalate and try to mitigate these charges, right? However, if the charges are as asinine and belligerent as a lot of MAGA supporters would like to assert that they are, then it's no skin off of his back. But the problem here is that the charges are reasonable, and they do hold water, and that they are credible, and because of that, that's why
it's all day, constant. You've never been through a legal matter and understand the stress that a person goes through. It is completely taxing whether you interact with your lawyer an hour a day or more than that. Just the distraction from your life when you go through a serious legal matter. Come on, man.
You sound like you're stressing.
There's more because it was done deliberately as a time waster.
Testosterone replacement therapy. It sounds like you're stressing over the mere thought of what somebody else has to go through.
It was done as a deliberate time waster,
and that's a sign of
testosterone. You're deaf. I think you have a sign of low hearing. It was done as a deliberate time.
You're right. With the full knowledge that because the charges were absurd, and because the Republicans held the Senate, they were never going to be the charges were never going to be upheld, and he'd never be removed. It was a deliberate time waster. They were nuisance suits over nonsense like this phone call that he had with Zelensky, or the January 6th riot, or whatever you want to call it.
El Normo, in fact, I think most knew that they weren't going to get an impeachment on him in that form in the Senate. You know what I mean?
Of course not.
So this was all designed to obviously be a thorn in his side during his presidency. I mean, I don't think that's like a totally radical.
No. There's another position that can be taken here. There's another position. Do you guys just want to suck each other's dicks, or can somebody disagree?
It was pure harassment. They were in food.
So check this out. Okay, I agree with that. And I get a chance. Okay, Scott, you're new to the stage. Welcome to the stage. And Amari, welcome to the stage. Good evening, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very wise, educated person who always has a lot to offer.
Do you want to opine?
Scott,
do you want to opine?
I think that it's absolutely right. An impeachment process would slow Trump down. That's what the founders had in mind when they had divided government in mind. I mean, I think the founders thought that divided government will work just because the branches were adversarial, but that doesn't work now, right? I mean, we don't really believe in that. So if one party controls both the executive and legislative branch, or right now basically functioning all three, then there's no checks and balances, right? Whether it's Democrat or Republican, right? So what we've done is we've transferred, against what I think, this happened well in the 19th century, but it's just gotten worse. So now the only way you get what the founders intended is divided government, because I don't know that. I think checking Trump in any way possible would be good, and I do think they're impeachable offenses. And I think, I think he's the amount of profit he's making off the presidency, like the Bitcoin stuff, and something doesn't go their way, then they buy a bunch of Bitcoin, or they invest in the Bitcoin company, then it goes their way. I think there's stuff there. I think there's stuff to be investigated.
So I would like to jump in and say, I think if we're talking about impeachment, he hasn't done anything that deserves impeachment, especially not the Bitcoin. Like he always talks about, and people always talk about how Lincoln had a desk for his business and a desk for the presidency.
It's Washington. He says that about.
Yeah, Washington. Sorry about that. A couple of cup waters in, I might be off on here, but charge my mind, not my heart. So, with that being said, he hasn't done anything. A president can actually have a business as long as he's not selling out America. So you would need, Scott, just not your opinion, you would need actual facts to say he did X, Y, Z, sold secrets to, let's say, Qatar, and then in return, Qatar bought X, Y, Z from his son's businesses. And if you can't point and actually connect those dots, you're just someone with TDS.
Yeah. Well, then I don't have TDS. I actually think Trump's entertaining, but I think that's what investigations are for. If it's completely pristine, right, then he'll have no problem. But this is the Congress's, this is the House's prerogative. And also, I mean, this isn't like great or not great. I'm not saying what it is. You can impeach for anything, right? It's a political process. You can impeach Obama for a tan suit. Now, whether or not it's prudent, it's fair, but like it's well within the House's purview to do it, right?
I mean, Clinton for having sex.
I just got a quick question. It's like crimes and misdemeanors, though, Scott.
The way that's interpreted, though, is it's a subjective progress, but you don't have to have an indictment in a state at some level to indict somebody, right? Or to impeach somebody, right? It's a completely political process.
But Scott, I got a question for you. Do you realize that a lot of that Bitcoin business started before he became president, and he set it up? So
an indictment.
Do you realize that he had to go through the previous guy's State Department to set it up, right? Because he set it up in a foreign country in Pakistan. So the previous guy could have come and said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing here? You're doing this stuff," and there was no evidence that he was doing it for this reason at that time. And so it happens to be that people are maybe investing in those things. That doesn't mean that he's saying, "Oh, they invested. Okay, now I'm going to do." Like, that's the piece that Omari is talking about. Like, they may be investing in it thinking, "Okay, well, if I hey, the Clinton Foundation, if I give money to the Clinton Foundation, I'll get curry favor." And the argument back from people was, well, I mean, there's no evidence that because they did that, they were giving any. Well, what do you mean? Like, she was Secretary of State, and she was also, well, no, there's no evidence that was the case. And it's like, okay, well, so just because they gave money doesn't mean that that's the case. So, exactly. So I think the interesting piece that these are things that I agree with what you're saying from a moral perspective. Like, it doesn't make sense. It seems shady. It seems dicey. We deserve answers. Like, I'm with you on that. We deserve answers. What's going on here? Is this truly the way it seems? Like, we need an investigation. We know that he's not going to investigate himself, and no president would. But I mean, the fact is, right, is that if you look at it on the bare facts, the fact that if he had started the Bitcoin business just before, like right when he became president, and said, hey, let's do this, or had his kids started right at that moment, or just after he got elected, that's a different story. But this was started when he thought that there's a possibility, or at least the poll said that he possibly could be losing, right? So,
Nathan, can I ask you a question? Didn't actually Hunter Biden's actual business partner come out and link the Bidens to their business?
Well, yeah, and not just that. I mean, look, we could hash. We've done this a million times on Hunter Biden and all that stuff.
But you don't hear Scott and I'm talking about that.
Yeah. Well, and that's a fair thing. See, you had a guy who it was in the vested interest to affect foreign policy, to fire someone. And I know the argument. Oh, well, if we fire the prosecutor, that was what the U.S. wanted. That was in the U.S. interest. So, but it just happened to benefit. I'm sure, Scott, you probably didn't know that Jim Biden was invested in a firm in 2009. As soon as Joe Biden became vice president, somehow he invested in a firm that was building homes, doing construction in Iraq, and somehow his firm got that contract because of his last name and because it was this one, and he got a contract from the federal government and was building homes when he had zero construction background. So those things, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's right because it kept happening. What I'm saying is that, if you're seeing this stuff happen and you're in business or you're in a job and you're seeing someone else doing this and it constantly happens and no one seems to care, at some point you go and say, well, shit, I'm losing. Does it make sense for me to leverage it? Can I do this stuff? Hey, you know what? Let me set up a Bitcoin business before he becomes president. And if I become president and it helps me, great. If I don't, hey, I got a fallback plan. But all of the examples I gave you were started after the person was elected. That is shady.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Scott, do you have a rebuttal to that, or are you good?
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, look, I think the fact that people lost their shit over Burisma and all that stuff, which to some degree, look, people have the right to look into stuff like that. So I think if it's as pristine as we're saying, that'll, Trump has nothing to fear from the investigation, right? It'll be fine.
So we should investigate. So what you're saying is we should investigate everyone. Like, for example, hey, Nancy Pelosi made money right after COVID, getting COVID briefings. She should be under investigation. She should be investigation for every single.
Hey, y'all. My name is Dr. Brenda Lee Anderson, and I'm running for school board here.
Intelligence briefing she had, and then suddenly her stock portfolio grows. Every member of Congress and every member of government who was making $100,000 before they came into office and suddenly are multimillionaires while they're in office, or their families are worth $1 million should be, according to your logic, right? Because somehow it looks like something is there. We would be doing investigations every day that's all we'd be doing.
We wouldn't pass anything. Like, let the people make money unless you can do what they did with the guy from New Jersey, Menendez. And you can find the gold bars and all that other shit.
Mike, you know what's shady about Menendez? I just got to say this, okay? Menendez was under investigation under the Osama administration, okay? And in 2015...
Unless you can do what they...
He was doing... He was under investigation. It went into 2017, right? It was under the radar. Like most of the media did. Local media did in New Jersey and stuff, but other places didn't really cover it. And then suddenly Trump becomes president, and he starts coming out to the microphone, using it, saying that Trump is going after me because he's scared of me and all this stuff. And suddenly he starts getting immediate traction, and then suddenly somehow he gets out of it, or he doesn't get scathed. And in that, it was about foreign intelligence, but he somehow got out of it, right? He got out of it, and okay, fine. He got out of the whole thing, fine. He was cleared, and then suddenly we find out he was trading secrets for gold bars and keeping them in his thing. And by the way, the guy didn't go to jail, right? He just got straight. He had to resign from Congress, and leave, but he was hesitant to do it. Dems took a long time to come and condemn him for it, but he was on foreign intelligence committees even after the first thing that occurred, and still continued doing it, thinking he could get away with anything because they had the Senate. They won the Senate during the midterms of the first Trump administration. I mean, it's ridiculous, this kind of stuff. But there was no investigation, by the way, Scott, into him. I mean, there was a DOJ investigation, but nothing that's really public. And you can't find all the testimony that he gave. His testimony is sealed because it's talking about secrets he shared with allies of ours. I mean, it's incredible.
It's a difference that the press, the liberal press, will focus on Trump as a real estate developer and the relationships in the Gulf region, and his golf courses and his hotels and investments like in the kingdom and such. He's had those investments. He's been involved in that business. Kushner's been involved in that business. The fact that he has a relationship, I mean, they'd have to have evidence to show that was leveraged.
Abby, there is one shady thing that the Trump team has done, and I will be honest and fair on this, is when Trump took office, just before he took office, 2 weeks before he took office, his sons invested in a company that does like defense type work. Okay. And, sorry. Yeah, with the drones, right? So they got involved in that, right? And that company was given a huge DOD contract, and and foreign countries were also investing, and they, and so they got into it. Now, what you'd have to prove to go with what Omari said is that, this company, when I researched it, they had already submitted several bids before the family got involved. Now, I know the bidding process better than probably anyone in this room. Whether they made the decision before they came aboard and didn't announce it till later, or they were going to go with someone else, and then suddenly the Trump family's aboard and they make the decision for him, is the question. But that's usually done through Inspector General, who will come and say, hey, there was undue influence. He may not call them out, but he'll say there was undue influence. And the GAO, and I believe that case is going in front of the GAO, I think it's February, if I'm not mistaken, but it should be going in front of there. So we'll find out if that's really why they got it, or, and we'll see. We'll see in that bid process. But if that is probably the only one that I would say looks really, really dicey, because it happened just before. And hey, what was the intent of the brothers in doing that? I can call a spade a spade. I just don't hear anyone doing it with Joe Biden. Oh, well, they're always making excuses, saying that, and no one wanted to investigate him for doing it.
Can I ask a question to the people on the stage, including Abby? Or, maybe
I was going to ask how many Trump watches. I just wanted to ask that.
Sorry. I wanted to buy one. I need to buy one. But I was going to ask the people on stage, does anyone have an issue with presidents making money while in office? I don't. I don't care if Barack Obama made money. I never thought that was an issue.
I think the blind trust thing is a great thing, which previous presidents in recent memory have done. I think that's a great idea. I think it's probably a great idea for everyone in Congress too, but I don't think we'll get people to do it. But I think it's reasonable.
Did Jimmy Carter separate himself from his peanut farm? I don't remember, historically, Scott, maybe you remember.
But Trump has a blind trust. Hold on. Trump has a blind trust. So what Scott is,
he doesn't.
He has some kind of evidence.
He says that he basically said, I'm not involved in the businesses anymore. My kids are doing it. He's not a blind trust. He said that I'm just, so we have to take his word for it. That, which is, we have to take his word for the fact that he's just stepped away from the businesses, which, that he doesn't insult, and they don't say, hey, Dad, if we gave this person a sweetheart deal, this would be, if we did this policy. We just have to take his word for it, that there's no communications like that with the family, which is what he's at. That was his answer. I'm not running the business, I'm running the business.
So the exact thing is, you're right that he didn't put in a blind trust, but his business holdings and financial assets have been placed in an irrevocable trust managed by his adult son, Don Jr. and Eric, alongside company executives. And it says daily operations and management are held over to the sons and executives rather than an independent arm, but he retains financial ownership and financial interest in his companies and real estate, meaning he knows what assets he owns. A true blind trust requires liquid assets to be sold off and managed completely independent third party without the official's knowledge criteria. It also says that it's very difficult to get those assets back once it's in a blind trust. Very difficult. And if you're setting up generation, this is something very important. If you're setting up generational legacy, it's very difficult to move things out of a blind trust into the generation after a certain period of time. So it could be that Trump says, hey, if I do this, then I'm screwing my generations and doing screwing my family. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that, hey, it should be a blind trust, but shouldn't his future and what he worked hard for before he became president, shouldn't that be protected as well, Scott?
He put it in an irrevocable trust, probably, like I was talking before about a self-settling spendthrift, which he's domiciled in Florida and probably did.
No, it's a revocable, not irrevocable.
It is revocable? Okay.
It's revocable. So he did it so that he can, because when he gets out, what's he going to do? And what's his kids going to do? I mean, I don't blame him for that, because, you got to do that. And you got to put it in that way. I mean, that's just the only way to do it, right? I mean, look, if you do a blind trust and you're a younger, good person, there's time to get out. But I mean, we don't know. He could die as soon as he leaves office. He could die while he's in office, right? And then what happens? Now you're trying to recover everything out of the blind trust, and you're trying to get it out, and that's a litigation for years, and you basically screwed your family. I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah, presidents should be able to make money. I mean, I don't see any reward for Saudi Arabia or Qatar that's like, you know what, they out here just living a great life because of Trump. So, I'm sorry.
But hold on, Scott, if you did do that.
Oh, that wasn't Scott, that was Amari. But
No, I know, Amari, I agree with you, but I was just addressing Scott, that, Scott, if you did do this plan that you're giving here, right, then you'd end up with presidents doing what Bill Clinton did. And with Hillary Clinton, which is, hey, let me set up a charitable foundation. Let me screw the people of Haiti. Let me get as much money as I can. Let me do as much shit as I can. Let me trade speeches that I'm giving you because I was a famous president. Hey, let me have Barack Obama come and speak over here, the current sitting president. Let me have the former president come over. Hey, give me money, foreign countries. Give me money, right? And now you're basically sharing former secrets, current secrets, all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's actually, in my view, shadier, because you know what you're doing. And look at the Clinton initiative now. No one invests. Why? Because there's nothing to gain from them, because they're nobody. So that just tells you right there that the whole purpose of it was that Trump didn't do anything. He didn't go and knock down the doors, take them out, nothing. It's just nobody invests anymore because they go, hey, they're useless players. We're not going to gain anything from it. So it's clear they only invested because they thought Hillary Clinton was going to become president, and they wanted to curry favor with her in policies. That should be illegal. And she was Secretary of State, by the way, and didn't shut it down. She wasn't forced to shut it down. So you're saying that Obama, as president, allowed his vice president to get his brother to get contracts, trading, basically saying, hey, I'm doing construction work, and he allowed his Secretary of State to get investments from foreign countries to an initiative that her husband is running, which has her name on it, that she can see, and didn't put in a blind trust or anything. And you okay with that, Scott?
No, I'm not okay with any of that. Look, I think that there's a lot of issues with influence. I think that a lot of this stuff is a problem. Absolutely.
So investigate Obama and remove his pension as a former president, and you can still.
If there's evidence there, go ahead and investigate. Yeah. No problem. I think we need more transparency, not less. Yes, absolutely.
Naveen, how do we do investigations when this is what's floating around right now? Catherine Herridge has just released that the media willfully ignored the accusations of bribery with the Bidens before he was president and also during his presidency. This stuff, these files just came out that the media just willfully ignores this information.
One thing I just want to say is I hope she has like a bodyguard or something. I really do. I'm hoping she has one. because I mean she's going down dangerous territory, and some of these people on the left are going to go nuts, and some of these media people are going to go nuts. I mean, the fact is she's reporting things that are accurate, but you know the problem we're having here is we were lied to by the media. And by the way, Scott, I remember you on this app making comments about the case with Trump, with the documents case, and I was saying to you that, you know, I'm pretty sure the Biden administration was behind it. And then afterwards, when they came out and said, no, you know, there's no evidence of it, and I think in a room you fact-checked me again, saying a couple times, saying, you know, there's no evidence. Well, you should read it. Now there's evidence that Merrick Garland coordinated with the White House. They knew the time, the place. They knew Walt and Nalta. They knew the other things that were there. In fact, it was the White House who said you should go after Walt and Nalta. So that means that he was actually doing exactly what they were accusing Trump of doing. And, you know, but because the media deceived you, you didn't know it.
Evidence in the link. I will read it. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, Joe, can you put it? I'm just on the go, but, you know, you saw that article, so just put it in.
Yeah, look, I'll bring it up. I'll make my point here. This is all chicken shit about the Trumps when it's legitimate business that they're doing. It is what it is. However, we have the Biden crime family that there's files that Catherine Herridge is discussing that the media willfully ignored reporting on any of this. So how are we ever going to get to it? It took a Republican oversight committee to even dig into what was happening during his vice presidency with the bribery going on. So making all this accusations about Donald Trump, it seems like they're playing, like the media and people are playing cover for it. It's wrong. It's overall wrong when straight blackmail is going on to the highest office in the nation. And I'll put the information up there.
I'm just posting the New York Post link right now. I can't wait for Scott to apologize because there is evidence. And, you know, I remember him saying that to me, and I was a little bit upset saying that there's evidence. And it even says Biden White House coordinated on the raid of Trump's Mar-a-Lago and then took the convo offline, ex-DOJ official said under oath. So, yeah, interesting.
Poor Scott. Y'all need to get Scott when he's in Gary's room.
Scott's a big guy. I appreciate Scott.
Hey, Scott, when you give me...
Are you guys ganging up on the one person in the room
Make sure
was the disagreeing voice again?
No.
Because that's what you were doing with me earlier.
We're not coming after you.
The problem is that it becomes very exhausting.
I'm not a big Trump supporter anymore. What's going on?
We don't disagree with Scott. Hey, go Birds, Scott, right? Do we agree?
Exactly.
Omar, you're not a Trump guy?
We're not picking
Yeah, not like I used to be. No.
He's a good guy. We're not picking on Florida. We're good, man.
Well, I wasn't given that. I wasn't given that level of fucking respect earlier.
That was me.
Hold on, I'm shouting.
You were talking.
I just spoke, and I feel like this is a mischaracterization. I have not directed anything at Scott. I'm talking about Joe Biden. I'm just joining in on a conversation here. Florida, why do you hold all this like animosity towards us when you could just join in the conversation and not be so emotional about it?
Well, that's what I do. Like 98% of the time, I just engage in a hopefully honest and genuine conversation. The problem that I have today with the room, Joe, is that it's been like extremely uncharacteristically dismissive and disrespectful towards like the one or two dissenting voices on the stage. And what we've witnessed today, or what I've experienced today, for lack of a better term, colloquially rather than explicitly, would be like a gangbang of effects, where like I would say something and then it would get Norm and Pepe and Abby and others, several others typically, to like all kind of chime in and start like chiming in and going after me at once, rather than giving me like an honest and fair shot at dealing with everybody one-on-one. I'd be happy to take on the stage as long as I have the opportunity to engage with everybody on the stage one at a time. But it does become exhaustive when you have to deal with everybody on the stage at once. It's kind of like a man versus mob sort of situation, and the man never has a chance against an entire mob. But if you let the man deal with the mob 1v1, you never know. Maybe that man fucking knocks everybody out.
You're in the wrong room.
There's a movie. Wasn't there a movie like that from the 80s? I forgot the name of it. I gotta find
It sounds like it should be a movie.
Yeah.
And it's only how they deal with you in Florida. Why don't you see that as you? Florida, it's only you. Why don't you see that as a reflection of you?
Because I scare people in here, obviously.
No, it's the intensity, it's the aggression, it's the
there's
domination.
People that disagreed, and I was going, I wouldn't say I wasn't fighting with anybody, but I was, holding counter positions to people. I think, if I recall, when you came in, you got really aggressive, and then you started yelling at Abby and like demanding that she answer your question. And
she said she was going to answer my question.
I think at one point you called her a whore. I'm pretty sure.
Wow. Pepe, she said she was going to answer my question,
And
she never did.
I answered it via my state, which I was familiar
But I had no. You never answered the question.
Then we had Naveen answer it based on his state. And
no, none of you answered the question. What was the question I asked?
You asked the percentage of DSA people that are either elected or running for office in the United States out of the Democratic Party. That was
and what was the percentage that you gave me?
And I knew in my state how many, and then Naveen was able to share what he knew in his state.
What was the
involved in our state's politics? Hey, Kitover's in here. Do you know in Illinois the amount?
What was the percentage that you gave me?
Yeah, but that's the point. You
never gave me a percentage.
Yeah, but
so why did she have to do the math for you? Why can't you go search it out?
She didn't have to. She could have stayed cute on mute. Nobody asked her a question. The question was posed to Joe. Joe had already had a Gemini conversation open. Joe had already made the claim that there were over 210 some odd fucking DSA candidates that were like running for office or something to that effect. And my question to Joe was like, what percentage of candidates does this actually represent in both like the national and the smaller scales that he had mentioned? And the question was posed to Joe specifically because he had already had the Gemini conversation
open. You wanted to hold
open.
the room and insist. Instead of doing a simple search, you would have known in 30 seconds if you just went and figured it out. You wanted somebody to spoon feed it.
Joe already had the information open, so I wanted to know based on the numbers that he was providing with the Gemini conversation that he had already procured.
Hold on.
He's really offended by this.
All right.
No, not by you, by Abby. I'm more offended by Abby.
Florida.
I was driving at the time. Wasn't I driving?
Jesus Christ.
All right, look.
In 100
If you were driving, then why did you come up?
Look.
Timothy, hold up.
Right.
I just rehashed this to tell you how, like, you just came in hot, and we don't need to have this fight over this again. And you're just, today, for whatever reason, you're just animated and like, getting worked up, but more so than usual. Really, it was just about the tone and your energy. It had nothing to do with shit you were saying.
Well, again, when the question was posed to Joe...
Hold on. Hey, let me try and address what you're discussing here. It's just statistics. At the end of the day, your question doesn't really have... are you talking about every political position? Because I was listing from mayors, city council members, all across the thousands and thousands of cities and counties that we have across America. I've already stated that it's only in 39 states do they even have positions. I already stated that there are more coming up, 35 that have won nominations in this cycle for 2026 midterms for Congress. So I went through the numbers. So when you say, tell me the percentage, tell me the percentage. Are you like of what? Of the Democrat Party? Of which ones? Because not every position is up in the midterms either.
Right.
So you want you to take the 212
hold on,
and
Mark,
divide it by the
Mark, I don't need help. I got this.
No. The point of where you don't have this
is you don't actually address a topic. You don't address the point. I made a point, and you never actually respond to the point. If you want to make a point off the percentage, just say it.
No,
Why do you have to lead me down a primrose path by asking questions? Just say what your point is.
I got you, but I didn't, and this might sound clubhouse retarded, but I didn't have a point. I was genuinely curious. Okay, you said there were 200 and some odd total. You said there were 30 some odd across 39 states. And let me repeat my question again. And I thought I had prefaced, hold on, I don't need any help here real quick. I prefaced the question when I asked it. I'm genuinely curious. Don't mean to be leading down a primrose path. Don't mean to be asking leading questions. I'm just genuinely curious because, like, it might make a difference in the totality in the grand scheme of things. What is the percentage of the total Democrat politicians, nominees, elected officials, specifically amongst Democrats, though, when compared to other total Democrats, what's the percentage of the DSA candidates and nominees and elected officials?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I know you couldn't.
How many total Democrat politicians there are?
Joe, that's why I wanted you to just plug it into your Gemini.
There's no way for me to know this.
He already curated the Gemini chat.
Can I talk? Okay. If we go back to that segment, and we shouldn't land too long on this. We had a great conversation going on before you came in here and rudely interrupted us. I literally told the room the actual prompt I put into Gemini. I said what it was, and you clearly could have done that yourself. When I give you what the prompt is, I know Gemini is free, and you can use it and do it yourself. Why didn't you?
Because you had already curated a conversation with Gemini that had given you numbers, etc. And all I was asking you to do was to simply ask one follow-up question. What is the percentage of the Democratic Party do these DSA candidates represent? And it wasn't, I mean, I could have, yes, but the problem really became a problem for me when Abby thought that she was going to come off the mic and say, let me answer the question, and then proceeded to go on a monologue and never mention a single number, nonetheless a percentage.
I mentioned my state.
Wait. How would you have known that the number is right?
She never mentioned any number.
No, but how do you know what Joe's telling you is right if you're not going to look it up for yourself?
I would have taken him at his word because I believe Joe to be an honest arbiter. I would have trusted him.
We have many positions.
Hold on.
There are many positions throughout the.
Bro.
There are many positions.
Abby, I know you want to respond. Hold on. Okay, this is what he's trying to do. Is get in here, center himself, control the conversation, talk about it. Just know what the issue really occurs here with him is that he doesn't really want to have an honest conversation with us about it because Abby was responding genuinely about her life experience. Let me just finish. We have conversations in here. She was genuinely giving her take on what it's like dealing with in her state and how many DSA members have won nominations and are slowly taking over the Democrat Party, and she's giving an account of it. Okay, so
she said quote unquote a lot.
She's adding to the conversation. Okay, you're not adding to the conversation. You're just trying to fight with us because you want to prevent the conversation from happening. I feel
she shouldn't have said she was going to answer the question.
And with that said, Joe said it well. That's it there, man.
Thank you.
She should have never said that she was going to answer the question.
Y'all talk about this shit for the last 15, 20 minutes, bro. That's it there, man. Get back to the topic, bro.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to hear that shit no more. Just respectful.
What's more important from it is the issue that they exist and that they're coming to a school board or a mayoral position or a state legislature near you. That's the point we were trying to make. And what's also important to note when you try to get the statistics is we have many positions that people run nonpartisan. It doesn't mean that they're not part of it, but they don't declare a party when they're running. Including our district attorney, our mayoral.
Yeah, most
positions.
states are that way.
Can I finish? So it's sometimes a hard number to distinguish because the actual person in office has not declared a particular party, even though you know that they came from the Democrat or the Republican Party initially. However, I was giving my anecdotal what I experienced in my state. What I experienced in my state,
DSA means that they're a member of that club.
How they had taken over our state Democratic committee and the issue that our federal representatives had with them controlling the state Democratic committee. And what transpired. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about our state house and the ones
you were talking a lot of hoopla, but you never answered the question that you said you were going to answer.
The bigger issue is that they exist. Thank you, Timothy, for letting me say that.
Timothy, let's move on.
The bigger issue is that they exist. That is some Nazi rhetoric right there. Look, it's not that
I want to say something.
It's not that the Jews are here. The bigger issue is that they exist.
Timothy speaking. Come on, brother. Timothy, go ahead. Set the topic, Timothy. Go for it.
All right, man. So, honestly, I'm at work right now, man. I've been listening to y'all conversation, man. It's been a good conversation until for the last, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes where we somehow centered Florida heavy. So, I don't really have too much to say. I just want to continue listening, but that shit dead, man. Talk about something else, bro.
Go ahead. Go back to your echo chamber.
Can we talk about the election fraud?
So,
Can we talk about the election
real quick, Naveen, I put the number in the chat for you, Florida. I hope that should answer the question. There's only 4 running. That's 0.92% out of the 435 members.
I appreciate you, Omari. Thank God for Omari.
I can't believe we can't get off this. That wasn't even the point I made. We talked about throughout all of the country, okay? And that's not what the percentage is in relation to the conversation we had. You weren't here, Omar.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I brought this up. I answered him why he thought we were just being argumentative because he had a so-called different point of view. But I did not think we were going to rehash this.
Let's talk about election fraud. Okay?
Also coming to a state near you, so we can talk about all our different states and the voter rolls and the election fraud.
Because I was told, because Abby, I was told, or anyone on this app, I was told before, Donald Trump is delusional. In fact, I think Florida and others said it too. There's no evidence of voter fraud. I said, and I did this whole room where she went after me and was making all these comments. I said, the biggest problem is the registration. There is no registration issue. He was shouting and all that. There is no registration issue. I said, there is. There's these people. If they were registering, wouldn't they have found them? If they were, I said, no, dude. You're telling me that people register, and I said, yes. And I went through it, and I said, the solution is to upload and force them to have to upload proof of citizenship, so that in the back end it does it. He said, there's no evidence. Provide me evidence. I said, it's there. Well, see, you can't provide anything. Now there's evidence, so I'm waiting for Florida to come and say, hey, you guys are right. There is evidence that this is being done. I'll wait. Let me get off talking. We have witnesses, so go ahead.
It's a problem, though. People are.
Wait. Florida needs to admit that he was wrong and that there is.
We've got to admit there are people that are registered to vote in 2 states, which is a problem. Namely, Jared Kushner. He was registered in New York and New Jersey.
Actually, I must say I am guilty as charged. Coming from the great free state of Florida, now living in the Tejano state of Texas, I am guilty of being registered in 2 states at the same time. The issue is. Hold on, Naveen, I haven't finished. No, I haven't finished. No, stop deflating. No, you're scared now. You're scared. Stop being scared.
I said illegals being registered.
No. So let me
Now answer.
I
Okay,
myself no longer live. Yeah, let me explain. I myself no longer live in the state of Florida. However, the state of Florida has not yet cleaned up its voter roll to take me off of it.
What does that have to do with illegals?
Here's the thing I think that
this guy goes nuts when Abby doesn't answer his
I'm
question.
illegally registered in Florida because the state of Florida hasn't taken me off of their vote. Voter roll.
Registered. Here's illegal resident.
Can we not just yell, you guys? We're yelling. Let's not do that. This is not good.
I mean, it's ridiculous. When the guy
Hey,
tries to make
I got you.
and chastises Abby for not responding to this question. I say illegals, and then Scott gaslights by saying people registered in two places. I said there's proof that there's illegals who are registered, and then they gaslight. I mean,
I'm not
it's
gaslighting. I was making a joke.
Right. So what about illegals?
Let's not go. Just don't interrupt, guys.
I would just say this. I wasn't gaslighting you. I was joking. If you felt gaslit, if you're tender, I apologize. I thought the conservatives were the strong stuff people, but I gaslighted. I never really gaslit someone.
Okay, when you're trying to say that Jared Kushner did it, and you're trying to
I was kidding. I didn't know you were tender. I'm sorry. I was kidding. I apologize. I apologize.
You apologize. Let's move on.
About illegals, undocumented folks. It's demonstrably proven that undocumented folks have a lower crime rate on average than natural born citizens. Lots of studies on that, which makes sense, right? If I'm here, let me finish. If I'm here illegally, okay, I don't want to roll a stop sign, right? Because I'm enjoying making the money. I don't want to get sent home. So you're saying I'm watching my nose so I don't get caught, but I'm so politically active and so motivated that I'm going to go commit that crime when I'm trying not to. I'm going to put myself on the radar doing that. I think that's spurious, but maybe it happens. But I just don't think people that are trying to stay off the radar and in the shadows are going to say, "Oh, you know what? Well, let's fucking go legally register to vote." I don't think that's going to happen a lot.
But I have a problem with borders. Like the free state of bumping the border illegally already sets you up as a criminal to start with. The free state of Florida claims to be very responsible and due diligent over their voter rolls. I haven't lived in Florida for 3 years, but for some reason, I'm still registered in the state of Florida to this day, and I'm getting text messages from James Fishback's campaign as a result of it. And if the Republican Party, I'm getting text messages from the campaign. Abby, stop. The James Fishback campaign is saying, "Hey there, Mr. Florida man. I know you're a registered libertarian in Florida. Today's the last day for you to register as a Republican to vote for me." And it's like, wait a second. How is James Fishback getting my phone number if I'm not supposed to be registered to vote? I shouldn't be registered to vote because the state of Florida is supposed to be responsible enough to take me off of their voter roll because I no longer live in the state.
For the same reason that I get messages about people in Pennsylvania that are running, and that what exists as stats and history within the state party, and what lists are being given for now text messages, or used to be snail mail, it's completely different than I asked you, did you receive a ballot in the mail?
Of course he
Because, by the way, Naveen, I was in that room also with you when he said all this, and because he called me out also, because our voter rolls, we removed 160,000 names off them, and I was talking about how we had people registering at the DMV and getting mandatory ballots in the mail, and and they were non-citizens, and he didn't believe me. I was in the room as you with him.
Why hasn't Florida done the same thing? And if they have, why haven't I been removed from the voter roll? Is it because I have a white name and I'm a citizen?
So Florida, I think, and I'll be very honest with you, I think you're misunderstanding. So there's campaign lists, and those campaign lists, you don't know how old they are.
Right? No, he's pulling this from the registered voter
list. Is that what he's saying? How do you know that?
Because he said, I know you're a registered
Because he
libertarian.
didn't say as of today. You were there at one point as a registered libertarian. I'm getting text messages from the old town I live in,
Wait, I could look this up right now, couldn't I?
You could.
I won't dox myself, but I promise to answer. I solemnly swear I hold an oath to honesty and transparency. I'm gonna look up my name and my info right now, and I will let you know if I'm registered.
Does Florida send mail-in ballots to every voter?
No, so that part would be irrelevant right now to the point of the conversation, Abby, because I'm not worried about. The conversation isn't about whether or not I'm getting a voting ballot. It's about whether or not I'm registered still. I haven't lived there in 3 years.
But that wasn't my question. Does Florida send a ballot to every voter?
No.
Florida, I'll be your third-party verification for sure.
No, like I said, I'm not going to dox myself, but I promise, if I'm not registered, I will say I'm not registered.
Yeah, but I would never betray you.
Beaver's crazy.
Leave it to Beaver.
Well, if you don't live there, how would it be doxing yourself? You can just scroll down.
Because it would still have my name, my middle name, my
Are
last
you ever gonna go back? Are you ever
It
gonna
would
go
have
back
the
Texas, man?
address that I used to live at.
Hey, Florida man, are you ever gonna change to Texas, man?
No, I can't. You can take the man out of Florida, but you can't take the Florida out of the man.
That's a fact.
So I'm confused. Did you register to vote in Texas?
Yeah, of course I did. It was one of the first things I did within the first 90 days of me living here.
And have you voted in Texas since you registered to vote?
I did. Multiple times.
Did you vote for Trump in 2024?
I did, unfortunately.
Did you notify your county about deregistering? You're supposed to do that.
No, I never notified the county or the Secretary of State or whoever oversees all of it. I never reached out to the state of Florida proactively and said, hey, I no longer live here. You need to unregister me. That's not supposed to be my responsibility.
Change your driver's license to Texas?
Yes, I have a driver's license. I have all of the fucking legal things necessary to live in Texas. And I haven't lived in Florida for 3 years.
How many people live in Florida?
I understand it. I'm still looking it up. I haven't gotten there yet.
I think it's hard to clean the register. I think they do it don't they do it so often, especially around census time? I don't think they have some AI system that actually says, oh, Florida man left yesterday, let's go ahead and remove him off the vote. It doesn't work that way.
According to Republicans, it's supposed to work that way. They're supposed to be auditing and checking in every once in a while and being like, hey, does this person still live here? And if not, we should be taking them off the voter roll.
It's exactly what happened in my state. It took a while to finally get our Democrat Secretary of State to clean the transient. Actually, it doesn't happen automatically. We push for it.
You're chopping off.
Yeah, you're chopping off. I think I understand what she said, but imagine, right? If someone moves tomorrow to, let's say, Maine or somewhere, right? I can imagine it's gotta take years for the system for someone to actually go in there and catch up. That would be amazing if they were able to do it in real time. I hear what you're saying, Florida, but I just don't see it working that way. But to Abby's point, did you receive a ballot? And that's where you start the issues.
The state of Florida doesn't proactively send out ballots to everybody that's registered to vote. So no,
that makes
I
it a
didn't
safer
receive a ballot.
Right, so it makes it a safer voting system than a system where everybody gets a ballot regardless of where you. And then now,
I agree with that. I think sending out ballots ad nauseum, point blank period, to every single registered voter is kind of an insane thing to do. Number one, it's a waste of paper at the very least. And at the worst case scenario, it does open you up to the opportunity for John Smith's dead or late granddaughter to fucking vote on his behalf. It does open up the opportunity for some other guy named John Smith that may have somehow accidentally received John Smith others' ballot to vote on his behalf, thinking that it's for him. I understand how these things can create a problem. So no, I'm not okay with the state just sending out these ballots ad nauseum.
Yeah, let's get a new speaker. How about Monica? Would you like to share?
Either Monica or Ian. Any of you show you?
Oh, I wanted to say, my dad passed away in
Voter status active.
Yeah, we received
My voter status is active. Libertarian Party of Florida.
Kick this guy.
So we received a mail-in ballot the last 2 years after he passed away for him to vote. And I mean, and I really hope that part of things can really have that goes into place, because like Florida said, that we can easily, I could have opened it, just put a check by Trump and just mailed it right back. They wouldn't have known any different. That's weird that you still received a mail-in ballot, right?
I didn't receive a mail-in ballot. However,
my dad.
Oh, gotcha. James Fishback is using the active registration information. I'm on the registration.dos.florida.gov website right now. I typed in my name and my birthday, and it gives me the old address that I registered on April 1st, 2011. Active.
But as a citizen, you also have responsibility as a good steward of this country to also notify them, to say, hey, I'm no longer there. Like, come on, people. You want the government to do everything for you?
They'll usually take them off yourself if they see that you haven't voted in your district in 2 federal elections. It's a federal law. It happens, I was an elections inspector for almost, I don't know now, maybe 16 years, and there are times where people come to vote and they're just not in the voting, they're not in the poll book. And you have to call, I have to call the Board of Elections, I have to call my commissioner will check, and that's usually what happens. So what they do is they wipe, and they follow like this procedure. So first it's usually a period of 4 years. So if you haven't voted, that's why it's important to vote in your midterm, your special elections, because as long as you're active voting, then you're fine. But what will happen is they can't just remove you for not voting, period. But what usually happens is it'll be a period of 4 years, and they'll send you some sort of like confirmation, like confirm that you still live here if you haven't voted, and if for some reason they have some idea to believe, they'll just remove you. And I can't tell you the first
That's
election
just
for president
statewide,
Obama.
though. That's not federal stuff.
No, it is federal. It is federal. Hold on. It is. 52 USC. Go look it up. It is. Don't tell me. I was
52 USC.
It is under the National Voter Registration Act. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but be fair. Hold on, and follow the Dr. Doctor. And standard.
Very, very.
That's hard to believe.
It's federal law. It's federal.
I've only been an elections inspector in one state.
It's federal law, Joe. It doesn't matter whether it's federal state, because it's federal law, right?
It should. And I know that those states.
No, this is a hypothesis. This is an assumption.
It should be federal. We actively know states. We just found out New Jersey. Ridiculous. And we know California. So we know that there's some states now. That's the point that Republicans have about this. It's not only does it open up for fraud, it's actually a threat.
Well, I mean, there's an election inspector here. I'm sure you can verify that people have gone to vote, and they're just not in the poll book, and they haven't voted for many years, and they're just not there. Why? Because of the poll will just take you out, and you have to reinstate. You have to re-register. I mean, that's happened. Yes, ma'am. It happens to people in New Jersey. It happens here. The problem is the registration process. It's done through the DMV, and so you're checking off the box and confirming that you're a U.S. citizen, and people just
sometimes there's a language barrier and they just check all those boxes. And that affirmation is all they have. And they're supposed to then check it, but it's not always checked. And that's what we were talking about this a year ago. That was what was happening here in my state. I forget which election cycle. And they actually had the press out interviewing these people that were non-citizens that received the automatic ballot in the mail. And they were registered to vote. They could have signed it, voted. The question whether then as it would be treated as a provisional ballot or just a system. We hope that it would have gotten caught as provisional and then they'd have to cure it and reach out to
In this check process, only works like 2 cycles of not voting. They have to re-register. And they said saying you can send it. And then the ballots actually first never change first register. Then everything gets processed. That's how we get someone who's figuring out
Now add to that ballot harvesting that's legal in some states.
And there you go, to that point right there, the fact that somebody could die and their name not fall off the list. That's the same thing that creates the cause for concern that I haven't been able to see. Florida's registration after 3 years of not living there in the state.
I get your point back in Florida. I bring that up. What was scary is that was where I think about who said something about that Abby adjustments because they do have that mark, right? Because remember, someone came to the house and said, hey, we see that you have that cash. Why just put it down now? It was 5 o'clock. And they said we can take it for you. So that that ballot chasing thing, so that's what
It's true. I mean, it's legal in my state, and we see it and go out of their way to. Yeah, if you're a member of something, like they're in a union, they're gonna harvest it through the union, they're gonna harvest it. I mean, the Dems have worked great at it. There are some super. $6,600.
But there's good one now right now. You guys don't want that are that investor here, so yeah, it's crazy. In Jersey, it's 400. So, but they didn't know that.
I was sat in my mailbox for about 4 days and couldn't check the mail on it. So anyone could just go and then go back and just leave it running.
Only to be topped by then you get the ballot and you don't get around to mailing it in until the day of the election. And they have to wait to make sure they have all of the ones that were mailed out that allegedly postmarked the day of the election to then finally count the votes. And then the ones that they can't read the postmark, they're still counting, even though they are looking at it a week after the election. They don't know for sure that it was postmarked the day of the election.
I was
intimidation in West Philly with Black Panthers showing up and voting polls. That's your state of Pennsylvania, Scott.
Yeah, Scott, you guys are fucking vigilantes. No, dude, Pennsylvania is not for vigilantes trying to impose voter suppression and intimidation.
Okay. The only thing I'll add to Abby's, so well, here there's no evidence of widespread election fraud. There's no evidence of what it doesn't have to be. The election between Gore and Bush, it was settled by thousands of votes. They clicked jobs. It only happened.
Because they were long.
Everybody. You have to have a commentary after every single person. It's frustrating, man. Alright, so, Turning Point USA is starting to ballot harvest. I kind of don't like that. But, if it's legal, then we get to follow the law. Scott Pressler is amazing at getting people registered to vote. He's an American legend. We just have to, the narrative of scoffing at us about election integrity kind of puzzles me with, don't you want free and fair elections too? Don't you want your votes to count? Aren't you frustrated at the thought that your vote might be disenfranchised? So Scott, you're interrupting me again to be facetious and obnoxious. It's noted that you can't control yourself and you have to jump in and it's not common. To which I reply, I'm actually glad that Biden, quote unquote, won the election in 2020 because what happened was allowed 4 years of planning and observation. And so I think Trump's second administration is stronger because of the 4-year administration. We're going to see. Do you have some concerns about the midterms? I think Iran is a huge problem. And I think there's other things that are going well that we should pay attention to and thank you.
Such as what? Hey, Jane. How you doing, Jane? Okay, Jane asked me a question. Go ahead. What was the question?
I'm still incredibly pleased about border security. We saw a devastating impact of an unofficial open door policy to our country. I am okay with ICE rounding up illegal immigrants and sending them home. I think we don't know who's in our country and we should be aware and alert to them. And if they're really here because they want to become American citizens, there are people in line who've done it the right way that should be preferentialized over those who didn't.
But Monica.
What do you think, Monica, about? Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. Hi, Jane. Welcome up. Go ahead.
Hi, Bima.
No, oh, good. I was asking.
I was just wondering, what keeps you up at night, Monica? What prevents you from getting? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bima.
So, would you, Monica, be open to still maintaining the system that we have for becoming a citizen, but then also a registration process and identify, to identify people coming into the country that can just come in and then and we register them right away. There's no force. They could come. They can't participate in elections or anything like that. And then
Consent though, Mima, to them coming in.
what was that, Joe?
If I don't consent to them coming in though.
Well, the problem is the country is ran by we the people. So if you don't consent and I do consent, who takes priority?
It's the majority rules. Okay, got it.
Right. So if we have a state.
I have an answer for you, Big Mike. Charles Krauthammer, before he died, he did a PragerU video and he talked about the
PragerU video.
I activated Pepe. I'm sorry, y'all. Did not mean to do that. So he talked about the illegal residents here that have been here for quite some time and that are contributing members of society, and that we should review them on a case-by-case basis and not offer them citizenship, but offer them permanent residency. And because, and we've seen with the Supreme Court, the dirt right citizenship has been validated, their children will be American citizens. And so that would resolve the conflict. I thought that was a reasonable suggestion.
I think Edward will be back in here. Edward. He's here to see this thing. Oh, wait. Never mind, we can't hear him. That's doing that. That was nice.
Yeah, we must like I actually believe that we have a very great immigration system already. So one thing I can make kind of sort of one point is being at the premier legal and also those who actually cross the border illegally and still are in our country taking, it is unfortunate we have businesses in America that hire undocumented people. We got to see the extreme bad on Americans. And going back to the voters and everyone else, every one of us in the United States has to be honest brokers because of our country. Okay? If we actually believe that someone has crossed the border, whether they overstayed their visa, or they came over illegally, they have broken our laws. I don't know why both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, know that these are okay, I just want to come to you with. I just want us to all be honest with each other. No country, I don't care what it is, can absorb made of people and still think that they can manage their country quickly. I think we can have a robust immigration program for men like family. That's it. I live there. I think got a lot of it here.
I kind of agree with you, but the reality is though is that I can tell you within the agency, we got plenty of job descriptions and they'll come here and look at their needs. And yeah, you can't believe that though. I did that. It's a very sovereign country. I mean, they wouldn't come here if there's no work. Just being honest.
Have you seen anything, any activity out there? We're talking about people said that the people are producer have to pay their fair share. And now you say there's going to be work for people in America, but the Americans that would not even want to start those jobs. And you play that with them instead.
Oh, well, it's just that they were manual labor jobs that we don't want. So here, when it comes to anything that has to do with maintenance, groundskeeping, when it comes to construction, of course, if you're a contractor, you often use a lot of these people. We have, of course, hospitality is a big industry here, so the hotel staff, yes, a lot of them are. Every restaurant you see, the line cooks are going to be. It's, I don't know. There's just
workers, Americans, don't learn jobs. We all know that many of us think we're beneath us, and we just wouldn't be caught dead doing it. So it's a lot of work for little pay. So when you can have these people do it, that's just how they are. I mean, I hate to say everybody's crazy and everybody wants to go to a resort and not have a I never thought. But I never thought. But I never thought that me, when I started out working as a server or at Burger King, my first job, making $1.50 an hour was where I got to end up. Or me going to the battlefield to get the bathroom as a 16, 17-year-old kid in the battlefield of Connecticut. Okay, getting up at 4:30 in the morning. I think that was going to be my permanent career. I don't know why we're not teaching our children work ethic. It's value. And what it means to be giving me. I have no clue why we believe that these jobs are relatable. So these are your starter jobs. This is when you learn value, learn how to show up on time. I don't know where people get that degree or the answer. I land on that. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're the right people. A lot of people degree do not know what it means to have work ethic. You have values about putting in the hard day work. I land.
Yeah, when faggot retards say that these are jobs that Americans just are not interested in, that's what a faggot retard says. I know lots of Americans that would be interested in working at a high quality pizza restaurant. Faggot retard. Faggot retard!
You can't leave that job without risk of being reported. And even if you get to the point where you work the entire month and the day before payday, I didn't call us, I don't have to pay you for that month. You just work. That's the type of shit going on in our country. You have to know how to get on your knees. I mean, I agree with you. I have no say. Go ahead.
No, one thing I agree with Joe. We got to go to our country. We have employers doing these things where they should be penalized in the local area. Their state government should squeeze on them so that young Americans can have the opportunity to grow. Yes, I know you're not going to make as much profit. For me, I will not hire anybody that have to go through the I-9. Listen, I have a major company if I hired finding people who are illegal in California. Okay, and all over the U.S. But I can't. So, and it's not that I can't, I won't personally. Because I don't believe that I should not give an American the opportunity to do that first.
Hire illegals, Edward, or because there's a federal law. I mean, there's a very specific law. If you have an illegal, then you as the employer are going to have to pay a fine, and if you keep doing it over and over, the fine goes up. Then it could be imprisonment. So you're talking about hiring someone with work papers that's
No, not illegals. Just illegals. I mean, you have a time to ask because I get a lot of people applying. Either through the I-9 form, they do not qualify because they're not here. That's either green card holders or anything. And a lot of them don't even have a social. And if they do, we can't track anything. The social can give it to them when they cross the border by somebody. And that's the hard thing. I land on this guy because I'm in debt here. I got to be very careful because there's a lot of sensitive information that we deal with families that come into our care. So there's a lot of things I have to do as an employer just to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So, Joe, you're correct 100%. That we have way too many American business owners, especially south of the border, that's bringing way too many of these people onto their property. And that's why we have this issue with illegal immigrants. They know there's work here, and that's the traffic.
I can tell you one place where it's a guarantee that 100% of the employees are going to be illegal, and you can see raids on them all the time. Last time I saw a raid was when Obama was still in office, and that is at a car wash. Now, it's one of the worst jobs you can have, at least in Phoenix. Can you imagine 120 degrees maybe, and you're out in the fucking sun? It is miserable. And I mean, if you're especially here in Phoenix, you're not going to. That's a job. I think, quite frankly, the fact that they have to do that job, I almost feel like they deserve something special.
May I respond? If you've ever been to a car wash, you know that the overwhelming majority of those employees are like 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, maybe college students. I've got a membership at a car wash. Okay, well, I would love to travel to a couple of Phoenix car washes just to experience what it's like there. But in Dallas, overwhelmingly, it's fucking 16 to 23-year-olds.
That's the job.
I'm experiencing what Pepe's experiencing. By the way, the first time I went to a car wash here, I had an Elvis impersonator work in the car wash.
Wow. Hey, as a former veteran, I'd like to speak up for veterans that have served overseas and fought to the death to protect the liberty of this country from faggot retards that want to sit here and make excuses for illegal alien invaders and laborers. 25,000 people died in Afghanistan and Iraq defending our liberty, and all the illegal alien invaders should be removed by U.S. military, Army National Guard immediately. No excuses. If you're here illegally and the police or the military catch you, your ass is going to be grass, and we're sending your ass back
We didn't defend this country for hundreds of years so illegal alien invaders could come on here and go to fucking car washes so Pepe, the faggot retard, could go, these are jobs that Americans don't want to take. Faggot retards, we will take back this country from faggot retards. We will eject all the illegal alien invaders. Enough is enough. We are fighting, we are resisting, and we will win because faggot retards like Pepe are faggot retards who have no power, have no strength, and they are on conference call social audio apps all day long going, these are jobs that white people don't want to take. Tell that to the 25,000 dead Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq, faggot retard. Hello!
Go ahead and get all of the people that are. I'm just stating the facts about whether or not the economic thing. Us existing without immigrants, especially legal immigrants, it's not going to happen. Everything's cheap here, or at least historically was cheap for a fucking reason, right? And as far as making it so that, yeah, you can get the Army and the National Guard to do that in one world, I don't see that ever happening. But at the end of the day, I'm only talking about the factors that hold people here. They exist. And I don't know what you really do to stop them, except for, yeah, you can do what you said, but I don't even really think that's legal personally.
It's crazy. It's 106, 108 degrees here in West Texas.
But just hold on. Look, I think the answer is how much your state actually cooperates with ICE. We did have illegals here in the South that were taking these jobs. However, states like Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama have cooperated with ICE. We've got rid of them, and now we have Americans that have built those jobs.
So, it's 106, 108 degrees out here in West Texas. My nephew's one of the white kids, that works at a car wash, and it is fucking miserable. That's a terrible job. Black kids feel. But, like someone said, there is actually black kids that work there. Black, white, Hispanic, most of them are 17 to 20-year-old high school and college kids. And this is the difference between, like, Phoenix and places like where I live. We round up all the fucking illegals, and you guys just let them fucking free and just take all the jobs from the American citizens for, high school and college kids. Where in your city they probably can't find jobs because they're all filled with a bunch of fucking wetbacks all over the border. What are you doing about that?
Round them up and kick the fuck out of them. I kicked the fuck out of them. And we're saying that it was very, and then all the high school kids went out and actually have jobs.
Yeah, the reason why I said it because, guys, I live in California. Like you said, we have all kinds of things, all of our car washes, all of our everybody gets just sad that we use this at a large scale and no resources and everything else because they let every single person in DMV get registered so they can keep winning up. Yes, unfortunately, they are rigged. It's very sad. The thing for sharing that.
Illegals are in West Texas. Call police. ICE on the fucking illegals.
And you know what the only always consider themselves to help this has actually been passed to death. If you look at the reason why you guys have turned blue, a lot of people will immediately look and yes, you guys
smoking illegally.
See, you guys did turn to a majority non-white state, and it's kind of somewhat gone. It has gone blue with the change in demographics. But if you look at who's doing the vote, who's voting blue?
Oh, you mean California?
Jesus Christ!
Illegals voting illegally.
Here we go.
I'm just trying to get clarification with state.
Other fucking two spurs going off in space. Jesus Christ. No, it's actually the white people there that have drastically started voting left. And it was Silicon Valley and basically all the people that migrated there that ended up like really turning that state to majority blue. It had little to do with the changing of the demographics. In fact, I think the Hispanics have largely started to even out more. I think even in this last election, I think California was also one of the states
Did you study statistics in undergrad, PP?
Jesus Christ, another fucking retard.
Pepe.
When you land, Pepe, I want to go.
Yeah, and I want in.
Go ahead and land. Finish up, Pepe.
Oh no, I'm done. That's all I was pointing out.
Okay, cool. Hey, look, and William, I wanted to lead right into you, so this is perfect. I think there's a correlation between homeless and drug use and illegal immigration. Clearly, the ones not filling these upward mobility jobs are many people that are homeless and drug addicted living in the West Coast. So we're replacing one part of our population saying, well, no one's going to work. Yeah, because they don't have the opportunity to work because illegals have taken their jobs. They're now on the streets, living on the streets, doing drugs. The Democrats then go and harvest both votes from the homeless and from the illegals. And this is how they're rigging their elections. William, what do you think about the correlation between homeless and illegal immigration?
There's a correlation there, but I wanted to start by saying, Pepe, California's always been predominantly blue. The way that it's broken up in the major cities and versus the more urban areas that are blue, and the country is
And the only times I listen to it is when I'm like bored at work and stuff, and I need to cheer myself up that there's, someone that just, can't answer questions truthfully or
Hey Jack, hey Tom, hey Litzo. I got a question for the moderators. It's really for anybody in the room, I guess. I assume some of you.
Just send this guy down.
Excuse me, Pastor. Pastor.
Oh yeah, that guy's in Discord, isn't he?
He's in Discord.
Doesn't that guy come into our room in Discord? I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing.
I don't recognize him from Discord, but definitely here.
one of the other people that I've only seen very few videos, it doesn't seem like he debates that much, is, and I don't know how to pronounce, but something like Ozymandias or something like that.
Oh yeah.
And I have seen like two videos, and I really like his way of doing things, because he seems very reasonable and just quite knowledgeable. Then of course John would just say that I just listen to people that agree with me. But yeah, I mean, I guess that is what it is. Also, to bring up something.
I can tell you for a fact because I dated an illegal immigrant who overstayed her visa, and she was offered by 4 different people for as low as $500 a complete set of identity. Okay, they take kids who aren't old enough to be working, and they tell elderly people you get a social security number and everything that you need to pass the I-9 test. It's $500.
That's an interesting question.
Nope, it's not.
I don't see it as illegal. I mean, they could try to argue the intimidation of it, but I don't know. I think you could.
Yeah, but who are they intimidating?
The 1960 Civil Rights Act.
Abby, who would they be intimidating? The illegals, right?
The two-spirit penguin, LGBTQAI, whatever. They're gonna.
Salam Chatori, Skus.
Skus, how you guys doing?
Skus, Salam Chatori. Let's see.
Yeah, so this is the coming political argument. You can see the Democrats have been layering in the Jim Crow 2.0, and Trump has been making moves with this of what they've narrowed down the field of where they actually have to do this with the redistricting after the Supreme Court ruling that has come out. There's only going to be a two handfuls of battleground House districts, so you don't really have to put them in every district. We already know there's like 210 Republican spots already locked up, or 212, and like 208 Democrat spots or something like that. It comes down to about a dozen seats that is going to decide the balance of power. So he just has to place them in these certain locations, because we don't have the manpower to spread it all across the country, and we wouldn't need to. We don't have the same problem everywhere. But just doing this and putting this out there, along with his attempts now to lock down the mail-in ballots, that the post office is not going to deliver mail without states handing over their voter rolls, so that the post office can cross-reference everyone that they deliver a ballot to is a registered citizen, or a voter that is registered and they are a citizen. He has had success in the courts here recently, as of last week, with that executive order, but they're challenging it on all fronts. So just be prepared, have a strong stomach this midterm, because he's doing what he can to try and squeeze it across the finish line.
But what the problem is, though, is that you had everybody was just anti-Trump leading up to 2020, and that was it was actually very effective. And then you had this pandemic that made everything perfect. We had a good economy that all of a sudden puts an end to that. Then you have whatever goes wrong in a pandemic, and things are going to go wrong. Trump was going to get blamed for everything. But this time, though, since Trump has been nominated, I listen to the Democrats, and I don't see anything. What are they rallying behind?
They're rallying behind Democrat socialist talking points.
Hold on, John. I was just gonna say when he goes,
Ew. This isn't white America. This isn't a place where I'm talking
Come
shit.
on, bro. Why don't you move? Rich?
Pepe, they're rallying behind what Ilhan Omar is putting out. It's the same exact liberal, progressive, pluralist talking points that we've been hearing on this garbage app with low IQ trash, lonely, bored pieces of shit for years. It's never ending bullshit. CRT, BLM, LGBTQIA plus all the way. Restorative justice now, DEI, CRT. It never fucking ends with these fucking liars. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in a higher power. They don't believe in destiny or history. They only talk about their stupid reparations, their stupid fucking IQ, or their identity politics. That's all they have. They don't read anything. They don't go to the gym. They do nothing. Ilhan Omar should be arrested and deported yesterday, 100 days ago. We have to deploy the military in this country. If Donald Trump doesn't use his U.S. Army National Guard in every major sanctuary city come election day and arrest every illegal cocksucker who tries to vote in a fucking ballot, we have lost this country. Dear God, Donald Trump, deploy the Army National Guard to sanctuary cities immediately this summer now, and hold them there till November, till December, till January, till February, till June the next year. Deploy the soldiers now.
decided Americans decided some of last 20 some odd years, they've declared themselves sanctuary cities, you know? So we could go down a list of them. Denver is one. Did Dallas ever declare? I think Dallas, right? Where you live, was Phoenix ever called a sanctuary city?
It's very different. We're not the type of city. Not a politically sanctuary city. Basically, if you're a victim of a crime, you call the cops. They're not going to ask your immigration status, or if it's told to them, they're not going to deport you. If you're a witness, you can come forward. They're not going to tell ICE. Basically, just so things can run, like with law enforcement and that kind of stuff. But if you end up, let's say, committing a crime, and you get arrested, yep, they're definitely taking you over to ICE. Period. So they cooperate with them. For the most part. I don't know. It's
that could be a good tactic that our law enforcement do not cooperate in the different states with ICE, which is our immigration. And Joe, to your point, is there any sanctuary cities that are red at all?
Well, Phoenix kind of was. Now look, so what do you do when you know you have a legal immigrant population? Now you have to understand they are going to live in poorer areas where there's higher crime. They were the people that like to traffic them. We were the kidnapping capital of the country for years. These people are taken for ransom. All kinds of things will happen. And of course, let's just say they witness something happening to an American, they can go to the police, they can talk. It's just like, all right, because you're doing this, which is essential for our job, we're not going to hand you over to ICE. I think that's reasonable. But when it comes to criminals, or if they were to pull you over, and they were to put you in a jail and find out you're illegal, they'll call ICE. So they don't try to not work with ICE, but it's just like, okay, if it's something that's essential, like you volunteering as a witness or you reporting being a victim of a crime, yeah, we'll work with you. We're not going to fucking get you deported. I think that's reasonable. California is different. You'll have an inmate. It can be a child molester. It can be any number of horrible things. What they'll intentionally do is that the California Department of Corrections, the ICE will have a retainer on them, and then they'll say, hey, let us know when your guy's getting out and what prison you need to pick him up and send him back to, like, let's say, Mexico. California will deliberately not tell them what time or what prison the inmate is being released from to avoid that person from being removed, which I think is absolutely fucking asinine. I personally know people, several people who've been deported from Mexico to America, back to America, just for acting like an asshole in Mexico. It's pretty terrible there. So I don't know why, it's just virtue signaling bullshit.
Dude, the LA County jails for sure, all of the sheriffs, the vast majority are Latino.
Yeah, it's like the cops here, like largely Latinos.
So not only will they do what you're talking about, they will literally, like if you've ever been to county jail, there's this whole process. It takes you anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to actually get out on the day you're supposed to be released. Right? And everyone gets certainly released. Well, they will not only do what you're talking about, they will literally like release people early. So even if the ICE is trying to guess when they're going to get out, they'll alter it just to help people out. At least that's the rumor that's going around amongst some sheriffs who are kind of against that, because they said the largest gang in LA County is here. Sheriffs. Yeah, it's within the sheriff's.
You have like he was talking about things like, you know, what I see in this world is going to happen and accelerate. He's talking about how, like, they're going to start, like, this empathy they're going to start having for the predators, the victimizers. They're going to, you know, basically forget about the victims, those that are caused harm. And you saw, like, this huge, you definitely saw that. And this video was really viral, like, 5 or 6 years ago. In the height of all of this, like, criminal justice reform.
That's why immigration is such an important issue, because it touches at the heart of ethics, virtue, and law and sensitivities. And can you stomach watching a guy who's been here 15 years illegally get ripped out of this fucking country, maybe even shot and killed, and his wife and children removed? These are very difficult questions, and emotionally, these types of situations are happening left and right. Lots of people are dying in this legal law enforcement of our immigration law. It takes extreme violence in many situations to enact the law. And many of these people are dangerous and willing to fight to the death in order to remain here. That's how great America is. Huh!
Right. I saw a white Karen get shot when she was, you know, I don't know what she was thinking. She's in like a 1.5 to 2 ton automobile and thought she was going to go ahead and just veer off in his direction. She shot him. I mean, he shot her. Then you had that nurse who, you know, once again, he had a gun. Yeah, maybe the officers fucked up. But at the end of the day, I know if I'm carrying a gun on me, the very last thing I'm going to do is get physical with the cops. Like, that's just not going to happen.
I would just ask any American to run the simulation through your imagination. If I were to go to India, Russia, London, Argentina, if you were to go to any other country and just set up shop and say, fuck it, I'm not leaving, I'm going to live here, I'd like to be included in your city. Hello?
Vote for Brandon Johnson for mayor. Just break up his routine. He's just trying to record and make his clips. Just
I just obnoxious.
I know.
He's just trying to create his clips.
At least what you got to do is learn. Okay, I'm somebody who, and I've lost it because it's like a something you lose. I think it's like it's a perishable skill. But I was always in like the showman mode where I was always ready to attack, ready to crack jokes, ready to troll. Like this is what it was hard to even get out of the trolling, you know, that I would do. But it's like you have to perfect your trolling. You see, you do kind of the same thing every time. Sometimes it hits. It's not, but it's most oftentimes it doesn't. Do something original. Surprise people.
I don't know. I think the days of trolling on Clubhouse are gone. Like,
no, I think they are too. Yeah.
Right. Like that era is over. That was season 2 or 3.
Yep, that's when I stopped trolling. I mean, I do it occasionally when it's like I can tell that this person is gonna take the bait and they're a real asshole. Sometimes I do it to Monica. You know, I don't dislike Monica, but Monica's she's just the perfect bait.
Good clean fun.
You're such a little squirt, Pepe, Pee-pee. You know, it's just how it works.
The soft grade bait troll where I try to keep throwing out there to get them to rage. And look, I catch them once in a while still. But the idea is not me talking, it's them talking too much.
Let's get in the beam around.
That low-key passive-aggressive troll.
You know, like one of the best trolls is if you sound 100% reasonable to them at least, and then you just fucking chuck a wrench in there really quickly with your logic inconsistent, but then you say something that you know will grossly offend them. You're like, wait, why does he think that? But if you can come up with a way to just like basically make it sound very reasonable, they're gonna be kind of dumbfounded yet like really insulted, and then they're gonna want to like you'll kind of pique their curiosity, and so they're gonna ask questions and all of that jazz. I was a piece of shit. I told people way too much back in the day.
Doctor Responsible Ricky Troll and Slimy.
So yeah, anybody who's trolled enough, will probably, they'll come to realize, likely through coincidence, that like that is a troll to use, and that is, but of course that's only something you can do in a somewhat serious space.
Yeah, but the problem with that is most of the people that are easy to troll are hog mics anyway, so they'll go on and on and on. And if they don't know you're trolling them, then they're likely to go on even longer. And it's like Joe was using this gish gallop and trying to shorten people's time. We should be encouraging people to land their plane within 2-3 minutes max, right? Let people who are new on the stage speak and just shorten people, especially the repetitiveness. How many times has Right, but how many times has Florida said exactly what he said in this room today? Like over and over. I feel like I'm in Groundhog Days.
He was never like somebody you could entertain or have like large spaces. So like how it works, like if you're looking over on X, it's kind of like what Clubhouse used to be in a way, but perhaps even dumber. But they, so it's kind of like a popularity contest. And so people who have like the larger audiences, they'll bring people up on their stages who also have large audiences. There's kind of preferential treatment, and then if you're somebody like me, and I'm invited up in a black space back in the day, all of the black people like, oh, this cracker ain't got no bean in this bitch. All right, I'm gonna smoke his ass. I'm gonna ask him all kinds of questions, and then they ask him, and then they try to put me down and insult me, and then thought it was very entertaining to do that. But in other words, you couldn't really hog the mic back then because like the people who were running the rooms kind of they were going to center the people that people wanted to like hear, because it was basically who was gonna cause the most drama. And really it's very all this was kind of like a Jerry Springer show, in all reality. It was like not that serious. You could be the most like outrageous and in an entertaining way.
I mean, I look at Clubhouse like the news, bro. When the news, you see the news when they report good shit, don't nobody care about that shit. When you report some bad shit, some drama, that's when the views pick up. It's the same way with Clubhouse, bro. That's why you got your race titles, you got your political titles. It's all about drama for real. But at the same time, it's a fine line between drama and keeping it civil type of conversation. So.
It's Michelin. Hey, what's up, my favorite Michelin? Neftali, what's up, bro?
Shut your goddamn mouth, Pepe. Watch your mouth. Don't call me that.
True moderators, they know how to balance the two. They know when to spice it up, spice the room up, and then they know when to calm the room down.
Yeah, you guys do an awesome job of that, to be totally honest. And the way you hand it off, like one person will take the lead for a while, and then the enforcer will come in, and more so than I think any other room. You guys got the moderation down.
But most of us are OGs. Like back when I would do my rooms, Matt was on here, and so was Bieber. They were on here before. But they were always like my number one. No, Mon was always my number one, but they were like my number twos. And then, like all of us here, we have like years of experience. Before I was on here, I was used to doing the moderating on fucking, Discord. And so yeah, there's a style, but at the end of the day, we kind of like come on here, I think, and we all kind of know each other. We know who has like different opinions on this app. There's people that are more left leaning, that they have their rooms. I don't really go in there much, mainly because I know that they don't want to hear me, and I'll just get picked on, so I just don't really go over there. But anyways, it's kind of like we know each other, so it's like, why are we going to be performative on this app where there's way less people and we all know each other? kind of where we stand. But we everybody still has like disagreements to an extent with each other, and so you can talk about shit.
I think what this current Trump room version does well is we'll let a mod be the antagonizer or even playing the devil's advocate side of it on a position. For example, Pepe will take the anti-Israel position against pro-Israel people.
Good luck with your clubhouse life as if it even mattered.
And let Pepe have a segment, go with the segment, and then not feel like I have to involve myself, or vice versa. Go into something about Democrats, and I'll hit on Democrats, and other mods will build for that moment too, and it just kind of switches back and forth. And mods not feeling like they have to be heard through, but I just do it for the lulls.
I just want to be clear. I'm not even anti-Israel. I'm just like, when it comes to them trying to sell this war, sorry, dude. Like, I just completely disagree. There's with a lot of people
Deleted and we'll never hear from
that have been on the stage. It's not because I dislike Israelis or Jews. But I mean, if it's a bullshit, if it's bullshit, if it's a stupid idea, and they're feeding us a line of bullshit to kind of talk us into it or persuade us that they're not the ones pushing us to do it. I'm sorry. If it was like the French or the British, I'd have this exact same fucking.
The French, the British.
We do good not arguing with each other. Kind of like Beaver will take the position. Carmelo Anthony, he got too many years, and I'm like, well, Carmelo Anthony didn't get enough years, But we don't let the conflict get between us on the debate. You rile up the rest of the speakers, get them involved with the debate,
Yeah, and not only that, you don't have to respond to everything. Like in some rooms, a moderator has to respond to everything that's said. And I've noticed most of you guys will. If someone else can make the point, like you figured out who's going to make the point, and you prompt that person who's going to make the same point you would make, and let someone from the audience make the point instead of doing it. So the mods come across way less ego-oriented.
Try to be a white woman and get your foot into a gut, and this is sucky.
You're a white devil, so you just deserve it. But
not a devil, you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, here's the thing. Like, this is Matt's room. He's the primary mod. The primary reason, like, for example, I don't open rooms anymore is like a few years ago you did way different. It's a lot more like entertaining when you're doing it to like a large audience, especially if you don't know who they are. And it was entertaining a crowd as opposed to like talking to people you already know.
The Pepe show doesn't pay the bills.
On here, we all kind of know each other. It's Matt's room. I don't have to like be at my phone the whole time. I can be half listening. I can hear that, I'll listen, I'll see how people respond to each other. And, oftentimes, yeah, you're right. I don't have to make there's no reason I have to make a response. And I think most of us here, we'll only come, it's like if we hear something that really piques our interest, then we're just going to like respond. It hit us in some certain way that like maybe it wouldn't hit the other mods.
What else to say to Joe's point? President Trump, man, to have 2,463 members, I see this house going.
It's a redundant brain rot show.
15,000, 20,000, 30,000. So, I mean, my mama, people might not pay attention to numbers, but I'll pay attention to numbers. I just work back. This house is doing what it's supposed to do. So, big enough.
This current iteration going around the handful is one that
you guys don't
Some of us used to hold pretty nice rooms on topics. I used to hold one on education.
and it got big, but dumbasses from other rooms, Dan, came in and blew it up. What about you guys? Any rooms that are growing or just stagnant?
Hello?
No, everything's stagnant here. Well, this room's been kind of like, we haven't had like a right wing room on Clubhouse that like had any real numbers in a while. I'd say these rooms are doing it, so that's a plus.
It's also the nature of kind of where things are at. One, the app was fresher and newer. I know a lot of people that had first joined this app, they'd never even done social media like Pepe has done Discord, and I did Periscope and things like that. So this isn't like
Post this shit on Fox News. Yeah, I'm Gen Z, and yeah, I don't want to work.
The other part of it is when it comes to right-wing discussions, it's always a lot easier when your party's not in power. So
exactly.
Yeah, and this isn't just on Clubhouse. This is in media too. So right-wing podcasts, their numbers are down, viewership across the board. Because who wants to go and listen to? Oh wow, yeah, Trump deported some more illegals. What a good job he's doing. No, people want the outrage. They want a place to cope. That's why you're seeing like the politically incorrect and the 420 room. These rooms, they have all people are, they're yearning for a place to cope with like-minded people, so they know that they're not alone during this agony of the Trump administration. And that's what a little bit different though. When we did it here between 21 and 24, we were literally going through medical tyranny, where they had us locked down in our houses. We couldn't go out to the bars. We couldn't socialize with anybody. So they were coming and arresting some of us for attending a rally in Washington, D.C. It was nuts for the first couple of years. And I don't know if we'll ever recreate that moment.
That is the thing. It's like I was somebody who was like addicted to it. I really was having so much fun doing it. In like the trolling. First of all, I think everything gets old. The topics that I would like to talk about, 5 or 6 years ago, in the height of like BLM, is that like I've been after black people when I first came on this app, primarily. Basically trying to destroy the BLM, narratives. Today, I would say that's rather mainstream. And most people like, yeah, BLM fucking suck. Yeah, no, in fact, I have N-word fatigue. Fuck these people, and it's just like, oh, amazing. So that was edgy back when I would say that kind of shit, but today it's nothing. But even the trolling and getting the reaction out of people and like making people laugh and all that shit was fun. But
this isn't linking credibility or Clubhouse.
Offer the same high anymore, and yeah, everybody was like Parlor was shut down. All of the right were getting kicked off of YouTube, Twitter, and what did you have? You had Discord, that's about it. And
Pepper show. Hot, smooth,
Yeah, Joe Biden in 2021, he comes on and he does that speech. The largest threat to America is white supremacy. And then you have like this, random, 18, 19-year-old black girl goes on social media and she hears Pepe in a clubhouse room talking about, white America's. I can only imagine that there were true believers that bought into this stuff, and then their emotional reactions that came out of it from that point on.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, but if Pepe is the all or nothing of what white racism is and structural racism is on the internet, then it's nothing. It doesn't even exist. It's just a mirage and an illusion.
Okay, how do you change a troll here? In fucking Clip Farm. It's so he did somewhat have a point. My white racism was not. First of all, I'll let you know secret with white racism. They will never get along. White I'm not the thought leader for white people. White people think all kinds of things.
It was me. It was me. There it is.
City County building in Madison, Wisconsin. Then they vandalized and burned. Hold on. They vandalized. I've already read it. Wisconsin State Capitol. Ohio State Capitol. Oh, by the way, the Ohio State Capitol one happened during the proceedings where they actually were trying to stop a state proceeding from occurring because they felt that the state was racist. So that sounds like an insurrection. Well, anyway, okay. Then you had California, then you have California, Colorado, and then federal property damage at the Mark Hatfield United States Courthouse, and they did nightly clashes there, and they lit fireworks and small fires, and the police had to reinforce the exterior structure itself to make sure it didn't burn down, but it was close to being burnt down. And then you mentioned the St. John's Episcopal Church.
Our federal courthouse in Las Vegas also got attacked. They got arrested here, and then they killed a cop. And
every major sanctuary city in 2020 got overrun with BLM riots.
No, it's not.
Every city in 2020.
City. It's not supposed to be.
Las Vegas. Okay, Nevada's a purple fucking state.
It's purple, and our sheriff is now our governor.
Nevada is purple, just like Marshall Reagan's balls.
At least the perception of Arizona. Abby can tell me if I'm wrong. We're a purplish state.
Purple
go to
do y'all
Nevada.
have?
Hold on.
So do y'all have the?
Okay,
No,
shut
I'm not gonna
up
hold
and
on
let me
anymore.
finish.
Yo, bitch ass.
No,
I've
you
been
shut
cut
the
off
fuck
the
in,
most.
bitch.
I've been cut off the most.
Okay, fuck this shit. Okay, our understanding is that when
Purple.
people go to Nevada, they are rather no nonsense even compared to Arizona when it comes to like their cops and law.
The cops are very tough here.
And so you
Extremely
just don't fuck around. If you think it's a crime, just don't do it. That's just how it is.
But they definitely killed a
Denver's-
cop. They killed a cop. No, I'm sorry. They paralyzed a cop. A guy paralyzed
At
a
that
cop.
time, they were run by Dems, the Las Vegas.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Because
Well,
I used to live in
Carolyn,
Denver. I used to live in Aurora. The police, honestly, they seem real lenient. I never had any problems. Didn't even get pulled over for speeding or anything. I mean, I'm not a speeder and stuff, but yeah, that's just how lax they are over there. And I was shocked because you said that there was an event in Las Vegas and y'all are purple. Well, New Orleans is kind of pretty much blue, and it didn't. I didn't see anything too drastic coming from there. There were protests in March. I wasn't a part of it. I just happened to be there because I lived there and stuff. But
Our
yeah,
sheriff.
y'all are real radical out west.
Our sheriff
Wild West.
the sheriff is very, very tough here, and the old sheriff is now the governor. Present sheriff as well. You can't get away with anything here. It's a very tough police force.
So look, in New Orleans, they were tearing down the statues and throwing statues into the Mississippi River. So there was violence going on. But I just want to remind everyone, Rob, what happened with that segment, and I'll pass the mic and I'll let everyone else fight over it. Look, Rob makes disingenuous attempts to ask questions. The list is so long of Democrat violence that he doesn't give enough time for us to go through the list. So everyone's trying to add into, well, this is what happened in 2020. This is what happened in 2020. Hey, let me remind you, how we got on this topic was we raised the idea about how much violence has come from the left in the congressional baseball shooting that occurred against Steve Scalise. And then I was bringing out the list to talk about the others, and then we went into the BLM story right away. So we never got an attempt to.
Yeah, but Joe, this is how Rob Gulati fucks his
We were
victims.
particularly bringing up how biased the media was, how biased the media always is. Where if you're a victim of a left-wing attack, like for example, on the congressional baseball team, it's just like, oh, a congressman with a rather controversial history, and basically they're painting a picture, and they just want to basically say, oh, well, this motherfucker had it coming. Whereas they will absolutely paint you as fucking Hitler reincarnate who they need to send everything and anything after you that they at the government's disposal in order to neutralize you or take you into custody if you have a different belief. Like, this is what they've been doing for fucking years. This. So I just want to finish out the list, and then we can go back to the BLM riots that occurred in 2020. Look, in 2022, there was a plot or an attempt on Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's life. In 2025, there was the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The assault on Rand Paul in his yard by his neighbor, who is a known anti-Trump Occupy Democrat supporter. The assault on Larry Elder in California in 2021 when they threw eggs at him from a gorilla mask. You remember the fat white liberal woman that dressed in the gorilla mask and threw eggs at him? There was then a plot against Republican officials in 2025 at the National Mall with a folding knife and Molotov cocktails. We had other incidences of then who can forget Thomas Crooks that attempted the kill on Donald Trump, and Ryan Ruth that was in the West Palm Beach, Florida. So that's just to name some of them, along with all the other violence. I think the Democrats have a violence problem.
Don't forget that nigga faggot retard Dr. Adams and what he did to Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles. And Rob Gulati does. He does the same shit.
Like, that's the difference between me and you guys. I won't try to spin any of that. I can't spin any of that. It's not, I don't believe it.
You can't spin it. That's the way you spin it with your victims, Rob.
In America, in terms of especially for black, won't work well for us moving with politically motivated violence. Like, I'm not trying to spin it like it's an acceptable thing. The problem with you guys is you guys will go to every great length to if we, let's say we just talked about what happened on January 6th, we can talk about the guys in El Paso, we can talk about many things. We can talk about the people in Minnesota that got killed, what was it, like a year or two ago? We can talk about it.
Come on. I mean, come on. The New York Times.
Wasn't the mayor of Portland also part of when they came in Portland? Wasn't he kind of part of the organization?
No. The mayor of Portland back in 2020, he was a liberal. But what happened is he was living in a condo high-rise near downtown Portland. He actually had to move from there because they constantly shot off fireworks outside of the building where he was living. So obviously, it would drive the neighbors as well as himself.
Did Josh Shapiro's house get like some attack? I mean, I remember about that about a year. So it's like we could go different attack. But what I'm saying is, you guys are always
was likely,
I'm talking about the governor.
Yeah, the governor Shapiro was likely attacked by somebody who's like an Islamist or somebody on the left.
He was a pro-Palestinian guy that attacked him, and he was on Passover night. He attacked the house. He tried to, and he set the house on fire in one of the rooms in the downstairs of the governor's mansion.
I just want to fact check something because I went on Gemini, which I know Rob has access to. The 2025 assassination of Minnesota lawmakers. According to Gemini, this had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He said it did. Okay.
No, I didn't. I said it's response. You dumb fuck. I said
it has nothing to do with this. It also has nothing to do with this.
That's what I said. I said about his response.
Yeah, there's no response. There's no response to it. There's nothing listed here about response. So it was a state issue. Let me finish.
Yeah, I said his response to it.
Yeah, there was no response to it, bro. There's nothing the federal government can do. It's a state issue,
no,
bro.
Like,
you have no idea about this stuff. So anyway, let me finish reading the incident. The incident. June 14th, 2025, a gunman named Vance Bolter, dressed in a fake police uniform, and attacked the homes of prominent Democratic lawmakers. He shot and killed Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, while also severely wounding Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Bolter acted on his own. Federal prosecutors on hit list of nearly 70 politicians, abortion providers, and activists. While Bolter was radicalized by intense partisan anger and local outcry, the investigation found no direct link orchestrating his actions. Trump publicly condemned the acts as absolutely horrible shortly after. Wait a minute, let me read that again. He said there was no response. Trump publicly condemned the acts as absolutely terrible shortly after it occurred. This is ABC and New York Times and others. Let me read that again. Trump publicly condemned the attacks as absolutely terrible shortly after it occurred. Oh, and it says here, Bolter was appointed by Walz to a position within his administration, but was upset that his positions were not being listened to. So Walz knew who the guy was, and he worked for Walz. So it's important to get the facts right, Rob. When you say Trump didn't have a good response to it, Gemini says so. So there you go.
The guy who attacked Josh Shapiro's house.
And New York Times. Oh, and Josh Shapiro's house was a left-wing radical. It was left-wing radical who was anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, was pissed. And even Josh Shapiro says
left-wing radical. That's what you were saying. His house, or just him?
His victim voted against illegal Medicare, Medicaid for illegal aliens. That's why he had to whack her out, because she voted against Medicaid for illegal aliens in Minneapolis. What do you think about that, Rob Gulati?
Story before, if I'm not mistaken, there's so much in the algorithm. Thank you for.
I want to read the motives of that. So that was the incident was done by a guy named Cody Allen Balmer, 38-year-old former mechanic and wielder from nearby Pembroke, Pennsylvania.
It says the motive. According to the search warrants for Ballmer's 911 call, he targeted Governor Shapiro over perceived injustices to the people of Palestine. That sounds like a Republican motive. You know what? Rob was right. That's a Republican motive, supporting the people of Palestine, criticizing the governor's public stances regarding the war in Gaza. While the attack occurred during Passover weekend and Shapiro is Jewish, Ballmer later denied that the governor's religion played a factor. His family also noted that they had tried unsuccessfully to get Ballmer to help. Ballmer is pronounced progressive and says that the governor's stance on issues related to Palestine were conservative. Legal outcome. October 2025. Ballmer pleaded guilty to attempted murder, terrorism, burglary, and 22 counts of arson. Accepted a plea and was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in state prison. So, Joe, add that as another one to left-wing violence, this time against a moderate, or considered a moderate Dem, just because he's Jewish and supports Israel.
Let me recap the
He
day
then
for
gave
us.
$5 million to the Islamic Center in Pennsylvania, by the way.
Let me recap the day in 10 to 20 seconds. Look, I mean, this is what we've made the assertions about the DSA taking over the Democrat Party. We're making assertions about how Democrats and the supporters of the DSA have a violence problem. However, moderate Democrats, quote unquote, moderate Democrats, just dismiss it as, well, this is just radical fringe elements of the Democrat Party, or this is just right-wing rhetoric that y'all are making up. I mean, they're either willfully ignorant or they know exactly what they're doing in these rooms, and their attempt is to try and dissuade us or out of it or change the topic so we don't expose the.
Zach, I wanted to ask you a question a few seconds. I didn't want to cut in front of anyone, but is there anyone from Mississippi or Alabama in the room and not from a liberal blue city?
Yeah, I
anyone from Red County? Wait, you live there?
Yeah, I live in Alabama now.
Right, but you grew up where I grew up. It's a little different. I need someone that actually grew up in a red county in either Mississippi or Alabama. It's just because I like to get diverse perspectives, because most of you are coming from cities, so I don't want to see